Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it, Good Pods is like Good Radio, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
They kiss on the rain. I carry the crown. Nothing can break me down. Don't you know if I got a plan? I know the direction, the lay of the land. I know the spotlight, the back of my head. The mother boys, I don't give a damn. I'm the man.
And happy Wednesday evening, otherwise known as ChatLivesMatter, evening, night, whatever the hell you want to say, right here live on KLRnradio.com. I am Rick Robinson. We are in missing man formation. Unfortunately, G is not with us this evening. He's been feeling a bit under the weather-ish. For those of you who follow him on X, you know more. For those of you who don't, it's his story to tell, not mine. But we do still have a full house this evening, so I'm going to kick things over next to our pole dude, Mr. Andrew. And how you doing, man? How's things? How's things in your world? I know you're sober and taco-less, so you're feeling a little sad tonight. We're going to see if we can help you with that.
Well, I'm still waiting on the hallucinations to stop. And at least the shaking has.
Those are not hallucinations. Those are your ancestors pissed off at you for turning your back on their boozing and taco munching ways, sir.
It wasn't by choice. Let me just say that.
They're still mad at you.
I know. I now have another hole in my head because of it. I'm good.
You can't.
I'm warm.
Another hole in your head. That's
yes,
terrifying.
I did get another hole in my head, and I'm warm. We're up to like a balmy 25 degrees today.
Dude, I'm feeling like we're having a heat wave because we got up to like 42 today. I even went outside. I was like, damn, it's been so good and been so cold. This actually feels hot. I actually turned the heater down on my car. I'm starting to sweat. What the hell? So yeah, it was a balmy 42 today, so I was feeling pretty good. Of course, now we have snow coming in the morning, so that should be fun. It's supposed to get anywhere between 7 to 11 inches. Snowpocalypse 2025 incoming. I swear, it's like we're living in the last days. Half the country's freezing, the other half's on fire. It's weird.
Well,
that's
why tomorrow I'm going out on the hill. We're getting snow, and I'm going to stand up there with my fur hat on and my AK-47 and Wolverines, baby.
Wolverine. the correct version, not the simped up version they did. What was it, 2000 something? All right. Anyway, so up next in rotation, he's going by the name Admiral Akbar this evening, but we know him as the lovable alien Jeff, otherwise known as at a Cosmic Bard. How you doing, bro? What's up with you? You done any probing lately? Just curious. Okay. He said he was fixed, but I'm not.
Yep. There we go.
There we go.
One last up. Terabasi and Monasakot, everyone.
And back at you.
And fuck you very much to you, too. I have no idea what you just said.
Greeting, Earthlings.
That was a very roundabout way to say something rather benign. I still don't believe you.
He's using a made-up language from a made-up country.
Yep.
Oh, I figured that was his native tongue, so I had no idea. Anyway, so how are things, man? How are you? Anything new? Anything exciting? I mean, I know we just kind of did this last night on another channel. So.
No, nothing. Who am I? Why am I here? To quote the famous other admiral.
Well, at least you didn't yell it's a trap. There's that. And Amish, get your words in
present
before you can't get your words in anymore, man. How you doing?
I'm not entirely certain if it's man cold day 10 or if it's the smoke from the fires, but just call me Wheezy.
Embrace the power of and, Wheezy.
Yeah,
wait,
exactly.
Since I'm your one of your co-hosts, does that make either me or Brad? George.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Damn it. Oh. All right, and we have our lovely bar babe with us, who's actually managed to secure for the first time in a long time a babe in a month, which is why we're kicking her last instead of first. So good evening, Miss Aggie. How are you?
I'm fine. Also trying to keep warm. As you all know, I'm a tropics person, and this winter and I do not get along. We observe, we respect each other, but sometimes it encroaches terribly, and it's starting to do that right now, and I'm not happy. We're expecting the snow possibly later on tomorrow through Friday, and I'm hoping it doesn't stick. I'm not happy.
Well, I mean, you're the one who moved further north in Texas.
I know. This was not my idea entirely, but the opportunity came up, and I could not say no to a place like that. So,
I mean, I've seen the pictures. I wouldn't have said no either.
yeah, I actually, I sent Sarah Miller a message, because she and her husband just lost their house in the Palisades fire, and I told her, if you guys need a place to stay, we have a guest house and it's empty, and it would be no problem. The only thing is you have to come to Texas. And then I realized who she's married to. And I'm like, holy crap, there's a possibility I could have James Woods as my guest.
That would be cool.
Yeah, but if it should come to pass, I would not say a word to anybody. I mean, I'm really strict about observing people's privacy. I just thought that it was funny because I sent her the message, even though I knew who she was married to, and I made the invitation, and that it didn't hit me until later that I made the invitation to him as well.
If they accept, you will be required to learn the song from Family Guy about James Woods and sing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, noted. But I'm keeping them in prayer. I'm keeping everybody in prayer. This is such a horrific situation out there. So,
Aggie, I'll just say it. Fangirling will be allowed.
No, well, I would totally fangirl, but like I said, I would keep it quiet and private. Although I would take a video and I would send it to you guys.
You can invite him. You can invite him onto one of your pods.
That would be killer.
If this happens and you don't at least ask, I'm going to be. I don't even care if it's the one you can. It's yours, Brad's one. I don't.
Jeff's.
I don't know. All right. So, one thing I want to say is I did actually just watch the interview with him and Laura Ingraham, and I felt horrible listening to this man explain everything that they're going through out there, and it pisses me off even more because it was all preventable.
Yes, it has always been preventable. That's the problem. I had a friend. I've spoken about this before. I had a friend who, I want to say about 14, 15 years ago, there was a wildfire running through his area, and he took the opportunity to cut away all of the undergrowth next to his house, all of the brush, everything. He just cut it all away, and his house was the only one that was saved. And the state of California sued him for cutting away the underbrush. I couldn't believe it when he told me, and he countersued. He countersued. You put my life in danger, by doing this, and so they settled out of court, and he won the settlement. But that's how screwy it is out there. Where the state will actually sue you for actually trying to take care of your house so that the insurance company doesn't have to get involved. Okay, this is weird, but okay.
Very, very, very not cool. All right. So anyway, without further ado, please introduce our baby of the month.
I managed to ask a really sweet and wonderful friend that is very popular on Twitter to be our babe of the month today, and it's none other. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing.
When are you not?
I know. But her handle is Right Girl Problems, and I'm pretty sure that everybody knows her. She is. I
follow her.
Yes, she's great writer and avid reader, and she has incentivized so many of us to get back into the habit of writing and of reading, of doing. As a matter of fact, she was one of the ones that I was looking to when we started the book podcast. Because I had become a fan of her particular page and all that stuff, and between me and Jeff, we came up with the book podcast. But she inspired me. So please welcome Right Girl Problems to our podcast.
She's here! Yay!
Thank you.
you. I'm very glad to be here. I was going to make a joke about walking into the wrong studio door, and that's how I ended up here. But no, thank you, Aggie.
If you were Abraham Lincoln,
if you were a president, you'd be Abraham Lincoln.
And I have to say, she is quite the babe. I've seen her live. I mean, pics and everything. So yes, she would be Abraham Lincoln. Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much.
And she's blushing. I can tell from here.
Yes, I don't do compliments well. I'm glad to hear that I inspired a book chat or reading or writing. That just makes me happy.
Well, as you know, I'm also writing letters. Mm-hmm. I got incentivized by one of your posts that you made about the art of letter writing. I said, I used to do that a long time ago. I should get back into it. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to send you a letter.
And I received it. It was so nice.
Yeah. So that's something that I've just decided to do as well. It keeps up the manual dexterity, writing in longhand. It's just, there's a certain romantic aspect of it too. So it'll be fun.
Yeah. I have to remind
So when you're
myself.
writing letters, do you have to start with A, or can you just like change it up and go like J or Q or something?
I change it up every day. Every single one is different.
I'm still working on numbers.
One day you'll reach 3.
One day.
We're hopeful. We believe.
Shine on you, crazy.
We believe in you.
I like her.
So anyway, I know that right now that you are reading a really pretty hefty tome, but it is not exactly for research, but to get yourself into the mindset for your actual writing.
Yes, I'm reading the Civil War narrative by Shelby Foote. It's well known in Civil War circles, and actually outside of Civil War circles. And I'm on the 3rd volume. I read the first 2 volumes last year, and I just love the Civil War era, and I enjoy reading military history. So I picked it up because I wanted to finish, all 3 books. And I have a long-term series that I'm writing focused on each of the American wars. Right now, starting with French and Indian through probably the most recent wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, just following one family as the different generations go to war. So I think as I'm reading this book, it will give me an idea of which part of the war to focus on, because each story in each character/generation also is in a different branch of the military. So as much as I love the Civil War era, I still haven't chosen which branch I will focus on and what my character will be doing. But reading this book, I know will give me a lot of ideas and just help me focus. So that's why I'm doing that, and because it's just a classic of Civil War history.
Yeah, it's considered one of the, the quintessential readers for the Civil War. Yep. But I never looked at it from the point of view of having different generations fighting in that same war, and how they would view the war differently. Because the war only lasted 4 or 5 years. So you seem to think that everybody thinks the same way, whether you're in the Union or in the Confederacy. Mm-hmm. But that's not true, is it?
No, and just with the different time periods and the other wars that you have the Mexican War, which several generals had fought in on both the Union and the Confederacy. And then you have far before that, the War of 1812. So there might be some lingering officers there. But you're going to have a lot of different ideas about fighting. So we'll see how the story shapes up. But there's so much research that has to go into writing this kind of series and any of the single stories within the series. So I'm starting on it now.
Well, that should be really cool. I can't wait to see where your inspiration takes you, what you end up writing on, because that, like I said, I never thought of it from that point of view. I always thought of it, everybody thought the same way. If you were in the South or if you were in the North, you had that preset idea. Yeah, it makes sense, but I never thought of it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there's a lot to so many varying perspectives of the time.
I know, I'm geeking out. I can't help it. I mean, seriously, I used to be a voracious reader, and I got out of the habit for a while, and I would only read maybe 4 or 5 books a year or something like that. And then, to be honest, the stuff that was being written, I don't know. It just, I was just like, because a lot of the writing that takes place is based on current cultural norms that are being established, you're like, if you don't particularly care for that, then you're like, no, well, I'm not going to be reading it. But if it's all being written, if everybody's writing about the same stuff, you're like, I guess I'll go back to Wuthering Heights or, Jane Eyre, whatever, pick one. But so I am gratified to see that there are a lot more independent publishing going on, because that has opened up a lot of different views in each genre, I guess, for lack of a better term.
I think it makes it so that authors don't have to fit preconceived and preset ideas. When you're writing in a genre, your audience is going to expect something from that genre. So the author does have something of a responsibility to kind of keep that unspoken contract with the reader. But indie publishing, I think, does allow some of the genres to push at the boundaries and push at the edges of what's expected of that genre. For sure.
Yeah. I'm just like, when I know you're familiar with Baen books, when they came on the scene, a lot of the military sci-fi that came out of that was so awesome, because you were limited with the military sci-fi that was out. There was so little written, and then there was this huge explosion thanks to that particular publishing house, and that introduced you to a bunch of other new authors who had prior military experience but loved sci-fi. So they combined the two, and I mean, there was this huge explosion, and that was really cool. I saw a lot of kids get back into reading. I used to be a mentor at a high school, and I saw them getting back into reading because of that particular genre exploded during that time frame. And so with the advent of independent publishing, I think that's actually going to open up a lot more to to bring people back into reading.
Yes, and it's very interesting because you're watching genres kind of be born right in front of your eyes. It's a fascinating time. I really think traditional publishing is going through hopefully a rebirth, a regeneration. And I think that I'm hoping indie publishing really does good things for the publishing world, because there's so many good things out that traditional publishers won't look at. And I mean, we talk about that. Competition is just good for any industry. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see where it goes.
Without indie publishing, we wouldn't have Amish erotica.
There's that. Which I'm not kidding.
Or
I went to
Bigfoot.
Ollie's the other day, and there were some Amish, romance novels, and I'm looking and I'm going, should I? Shouldn't I? Should I? Shouldn't I? It's like, no, I better not.
Should have.
I should have.
Hey, I know that guy.
Yeah, Amish romance has taken over the inspirational romance publishing. Just
It has.
Instead of just referencing to bodice ripping, it's actual bodice ripping.
Yeah.
There's that.
It's all
the
Margaret
butter-
going to catch a blessing.
It's all the butter churning it's all the butter churning in the viewing of ankles. It's just gone too far.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on the lookout for a butter churner, but that's another tale for another day.
Me too.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm. Who was I talking to? Somebody, a friend of mine. I was talking to. She was interested in, writing a book, and I'm at an age where I'm like, yeah, if I'm going to write anything, it's just for me. I'm not looking to get published or anything. That's why I write my short stories and I just throw them away. They're like gone, literally gone with the wind, because I burn them, and so all the ashes go away. But she was actually interested in writing a book. She's like, I don't know how to go about writing a book. And I said, well, you have to do a lot of research. But the research comes as you're writing. The moment you start, you decide, this is what I'm going to write about. You start doing your research, and then you'll write a little tale about your people, whoever's in the book, and that will take you down other research, holes, I guess. And then from there you will start writing. And if you like it, you'll keep doing it. If you don't like it, you'll just start from scratch. And I said, but if writing is something that you wake up wanting to do, you're already halfway there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what one of my teachers told me. It's like, if you wake up wanting to write, then you're already a writer. You're not, you don't say, I want to be a writer. You say, I am a writer. I just need to get started.
Yes.
And that makes a lot of difference, when you look at it in that perspective.
Yeah.
I don't see myself as a writer. I see myself as someone who has ideas and short stories in her head, so she writes them down, and she uses longhand to do it. I don't even use a computer.
Oh, there's a place for that.
So, and it's all about, I just want to be able to keep writing in cursive. My grandmother wrote in cursive until the day she died, and she had the most beautiful copperplate handwriting.
Oh,
and it was, I looked forward to receiving a letter from my grandmother just to look at it. I wasn't even reading it. I was looking at the letters, and then I would read the letter, but I would look at the letters first because they were so pretty. And so she incentivized me to actually make sure that my handwriting is nice and legible and pretty and curly and all that stuff. And then I had my English teacher in high school that said, oh, we're having penmanship for the first 3 months. And I'm like, what just happened? She was really strict, and everybody that took that class to this day still writes the same way like I do. So yeah, it is stuck. But there's some people that are like, oh no, I can't write with a pencil or a pen. It has to be on a computer, and I have to be typing it, and their stories flow that way. And there's people like me who do it longhand, and there's other people who have to dictate it, which I always found kind of weird, but it works for them. So I'm guessing that you use a computer for yours.
I mostly use a computer. I do always have a notebook that I'm working in when I want to jot down a scene. If I'm not near my computer, I do have a story that I'm working on longhand in that notebook. It's going all right. When you're writing longhand, things are a lot more compact. When you're typing, scenes can go anywhere and often do. So sometimes when I need the discipline of sticking to the plot or to the scene, then longhand writing is the way to go. I enjoy both. There's something about putting pen to paper. That's really what got me started writing in the first place. But I definitely enjoy the convenience of the technology of just typing it on the computer and playing with page layouts and typefaces. I geek out on that too.
Yeah. I don't know. I think, writing is such for some people it can be a nice pastime, a nice hobby. For others, it's kind of like breathing. They have to write. It has to come out. And that's not me. I write for the enjoyment. But, my sister, she's actually a librarian. And she was the type that had to, she would wake up in the morning and had to write. And she would write stories and everything, and she still has them. And I've asked her, why don't you refine them and publish, self-publish? And she's like, oh, I'll get around to it after, her husband retires or something like that. And I was like, I don't know if you ever did you ever see the movie Mother with Debbie Reynolds?
Oh, no, I haven't seen that one.
Okay, that is about writers. And it is one of the funniest, most endearing films I've ever seen. It was directed by Albert Brooks, and it stars Albert Brooks, and Debbie Reynolds is his mother. And I recommend it to everybody who's a writer, who wishes to become a writer, and people who had aspirations of writing that never actually they followed through. But it's an endearing, it's very funny, and it makes you realize that for some people, writing was life. It is part of the definition of their own character. So there are several levels of writing, and I guess everybody is apt to be at one level or another. Some of us are very much in the 1% bottom part, the whatever, and others are like live, breathe, eat, writing, the kind of thing. So,
yes.
I imagine you would be up high.
I do. Yeah, there's the people that love writing, and there's the people that want to have something written. And sometimes I'm on the spectrum of both, but I do enjoy writing. I enjoy the crafting of the sentences. I like revising. I like editing. I enjoy bringing paragraphs together and the dialogue. And not everyone loves that part. A lot of people that say they want to write, and these are people that I've met at writers things or in my life, and they have a story and they want the story to be told, but they don't enjoy the process to get there. Thankfully, I enjoy the process to get there. Even though some stories I've come up with and I just think to myself, okay, I just want to have this done. I want to magically have the thoughts in my brain put on paper.
I know it's hard.
Yes.
That's why you should have a dictation machine, one of those old fashioned ones that you just talk into. That'd be kind of cool on your desk.
Oh, for sure. I have several. Sometimes driving really brings out ideas. So I have you know, you can dictate now on your notes app on your phone, or they make apps for that. So I sometimes do dictate scenes and stuff. So I get it out. The ideas, they come out, they flow through.
Well, it's really weird that you mentioned that, because I used that's how I made my spending money when I was in college. My side hustle was literally proofreading and editing. And so, everybody that had a PhD paper, master's thesis, whatever, it was $1 a page. Yeah, that was pretty cheap even for back then.
Yeah.
But I would run through and but it was like a physical, you had physical paper, and they didn't give you a thumb drive.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there were no there were no computers like that back then. So that was my side gig, and I got used to it. I got really good at it. And so, for me, the editing, the copy editing, all of that stuff, I would love to do that rather than, the writing for me is like, okay, yeah, it's fun and everything, blah, blah, blah. But having, sometimes Brad Slager will send me his columns for me to proofread, and I'll catch all of the mistakes, and then I'll send them back to him, and then he'll have it published. And he's not the only one that does that. So I had a friend send me his book, and I actually did all of the editing and found all the mistakes, and I did all the stuff and suggestions, and then I sent it back. But it was an actual, he sent me the manuscript itself. It wasn't so that I could sit and read and highlight and do all that stuff. So that was fun for me. So if you need an editor on the fly, I'm raising my hand right now.
Excellent. I will remember that.
Yes. So anyway, the guys are really quiet.
About writing and on top of writing. And so I've been watching this channel In Deep Geek. I know, shocking, right? But
yeah,
they talk about Tolkien a lot. And I'm absolutely amazed at how much letter writing he did on top of like the most epic books written. I mean, it's like in letter 154 with some housewife in Middlesex discussing where the antwives went and shit. I'm like, holy shit! I mean, this guy, like, even when he wasn't writing books, he was writing, and all the letters between him and C.S. Lewis, and just that's absolutely a passion.
Yes,
it is. And you should do the same. Sit down, write letters, send them to me. I'll have them published. You'll be famous.
I've got to fix my chicken scratch. I couldn't even pass. I could pass for a doctor lately.
Well, that bad?
That bad.
Dude, that's
wow.
That's what my freshman English teacher said to my mom. She was like, "Your son should be a doctor. I can barely read his handwriting." I'm like, "Fuck you."
You know what I think? Because I created my own font when I was in high school and used it in everything, and it was really, really pain in the ass to write, especially if you weren't using a Uniball 0.5. And ever since then, I'm just like, I've given up on just even attempting to be legible. I can read it, and that's all that matters.
There you go.
But I got to fix that.
But 500 years from now, your manuscripts will be, somebody will find these letters and they'll be like, what does this mean? I mean, seriously, look what happened with Ethan Hawke. He was looking through his great-grandmother's stuff and finds a rubric. He had to take it to a university to have them decipher what was on it.
Oh wow.
All I'm saying is this writing thing is just a new fad. It'll fade away and we'll go all back to cave paintings.
I mean, we're pretty much there now. We're already pretty much back to hieroglyphics via text, so it won't be too much longer to roll back.
This is true. This is true.
All right, so believe it or not, folks, we're already 2/3 of the way through. So, Aggie, do you have a drink?
I do, actually. Our beloved Right Girl Problems prefers a mocktail, and I found a really refreshing one.
So what you're saying is you're keeping in Andrew's theme of can't have alcohol right now.
That's right. It is dry January after all, too. So I figured this would actually incentivize people to do that. What?
No such
What?
animal.
Huh?
What?
You think they would make it February? That's the shortest month.
You would think.
Well, yeah. I mean, but
I
people
wanna
would
know.
complain about that too.
I want to know how come we don't have a wet month.
We do.
Okay.
I
March,
wanna know
St.
when it-
Patrick's Day, May,
Oh,
6th
yeah,
of
there's
July,
that.
4th of July.
Andrew earned one, so I had to give it to him.
So tonight's libation it comes via Ina Garten, who everybody knows as the Barefoot Contessa. And she came up with this pomegranate spritzer, which is very refreshing. And she said you can actually add a little vodka to it if you like kick, but this is her standard for, when she's entertaining and she doesn't know if people drink or not. You're going to take 2 cups of chilled sparkling water, like Pellegrino or whatever your favorite brand is, 2 tablespoons of pomegranate juice, 2 tablespoons of fresh squeezed lime juice. I can never stress this enough. Don't get the green bottle. Get limes and squeeze them yourself. And you can get some, believe it or not, stores carry this now, the pomegranate seeds. They carry them in the, produce section. So you don't actually have to buy the whole pomegranate. You can just buy the pomegranate seeds and get lime slices, and that's for your garnishing. This recipe actually serves 4 or 2 if you prefer to use tall glasses, because it's supposed to look like a little Cosmo. So you would place your glasses in the freezer for about 30 minutes, make them really well chilled, and you're going to pour the water, the juice, and the lime juice into a large pitcher. You add some ice cubes and you stir for about half a minute, and then you strain the mixture into the glasses. And some, like I said, if you prefer in tall glasses, you can add ice and pour that in, and then garnish with the pomegranate seeds and the lime wheels, and enjoy.
That sounds really good.
It does, actually. I'm like, do I have? And the thing is, I bought a bottle of pomegranate juice like last week because my brother-in-law really liked it, but he didn't touch it. So I might do that tonight. But yes, that's our dry January drink of.
I bet Tito's would be good in that.
I would be adding some Tito's or something on a protest for this dry January BS, but whatever.
Well, like I said, you can add vodka to it, but I would add a clear, flavorless, like a Cristal rum or a vodka or a gin.
I was going to say, unless you're drinking actual Polish vodka is not flavorless, ma'am.
I do actually drink Polish vodka.
Or do you drink vodka like Polish?
And the reason I mentioned Polish vodka is I figured it was a half-ass segue. Andrew, we got 4 polls to get through in 15 minutes. Can we do it?
Oh, it all depends. It all depends. We're not going to cover. I can cover last month's, but let's just cover what we had for the year. This is peak Twitter for the year, and we're going to have 4 polls, one for each quarter for the last year. So in the first quarter,
are we going to bracket this down and do a final one? Yeah.
Excellent. I like doing finals. So first quarter, we have Civil War 2.0 out of January. In February, and this is one that I had completely forgotten about, Skynet is racist.
Oh, yeah.
How many of y'all remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Vaguely,
and then in March, we had Tomboys Are Hot.
Yeah.
Remember that whole?
Yes.
And that is the first quarter. In the second quarter, April, Google employees, FAFO.
Oh, yeah. In April. That was fun.
And then in May, Naomi murdered her career.
And her dog.
And a dog.
And a dog.
Yeah, that was
And then
bad.
June, we had Hawk Tua.
Oh God, why can't that die?
Well, So our third quarter now, we don't have 3, we have 4 because we had a tie. In July, it was the assassination attempt.
Oh, that's right.
And then in August, we had RFK Jr. making all the headlines.
Mm.
And she was installed, which was all about Harris.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And then in September, which was, I think this one should win myself, pagers are a blast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and for the last quarter, in October, it was staged, talking about the second assassination attempt. Trump wins in November, and then we had everyone gets a pardon for December.
You get a pardon, and you get a pardon.
And amazing how forethought that was, because towards the end of December, everybody pretty much got a pardon, including Hunter. So they are all posted.
Vote early, vote often.
Do your Democratic type thing.
Yeah. Take several friends with you to vote.
And share widely.
Uh-oh, we lost.
I am boosting them as we speak. Who'd we lose?
Vote early, vote often.
We lost Rag Girl. She back though.
I'm back.
She good.
She back. She good.
She good though.
I was gone for a moment. What happened?
You see, what had happened was. Oh, all right. So those have been propagated. Everybody's doing their civic duty and voting like mad. So
I'm not allowed to vote.
Well, that's because you're an illegal alien.
You're allowed to vote. My poll doesn't take ID.
Okay, awesome.
Are you sure there's not an age check for your poll?
Only if you want the 4 polls. No.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wise guy, ain't? Oh, anyway. All right. So we got about. Actually, damn, Andrew, you did that a lot quicker than that. Never mind.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to give myself one now. I just earned one. Damn it.
Giggity, giggity. Giggity, goo. Stick around.
What was the inspiration for Minute Rice?
Thank you very much.
I mean, honestly, he's old enough. He was the inspiration for Minute Men.
Oh, it just came across my feed. G's out of the hospital now, so everybody send thoughts on a good recovery at home.
I thought he was
Yes, sir.
not here. I missed a memo somewhere because I thought he was already home.
No, I saw it this earlier today. Yeah, he was out.
He just 8 minutes ago.
Really?
Yeah, he just posted that. He just posted he was.
Oh, because he had to go back. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that has been the surgery that never ends with that boy.
I know, it's such a pain. Literally, I mean, seriously, I can't imagine.
Literally, seriously, and actually.
Yeah, all of the Lees.
Oh, all right. So, any final thoughts in the last 10 minutes, guys?
I don't know if we could get Jeff to quiet down for a minute.
I know, right?
I'm sorry. I am game planning here. I'm excited about the purchase of Greenland. So I've been game planning. I mean, I'm so excited. Think about this. Trump mentioned he was briefed on aliens. Okay, his first term. Started mentioning purchasing, I don't know, a certain island nation called Greenland. And then, like a year and a half ago, they renamed the air base to, Pitofik Space Base. So now we have an actual Space Force base in Greenland. I mean, it's all lining up. We're going to find something out this next 4 years. I'm excited. I'm game planning. I'm finally going to get home.
You're going to be real.
I'm going to be a real boy someday.
I think you forget they exiled you. They're not going to let you come back.
There's 3 stars, damn it. I can pick a base around one of them.
I just want to know, when are we going to have our own halberds in the KLRN store?
I'm looking at it.
We already have them at the Torches and Pitchfork Emporium.
I know, but they're not branded.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we need branding.
Stuff like that.
Yeah,
we need branding.
Everything at the Torch and Pitchfork Emporium is already ink.
I do wonder, though, if WGP could give us a couple titles of her books.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Promote yourself, damn it.
So I have one out. It's called New Creation. And you can find it on Amazon or Barnes & Noble. My pen name is Olive Swan. And that's just a novella. It's actually going to be 15 years old this year. And then I do have 2 short stories in an anthology. When I lived in Oklahoma, I had them published in a book called Tea Cozies and Terabytes. And There and There. It's by Bartlesville Word Weavers. That's the author, because it's an anthology. The 2 in there are about a young man going through foster home, and then he joins the Marines. That's the first part. And then the second story in there is after he serves, and as he's trying to get settled in life, and who he meets that he falls in love with. So that one's a little bit more on the romantic side, but the first one you might enjoy. So that's New Creation, and then Tea Cozies and Terabytes has the two short stories.
Awesome. And you can find them at Amazon and
Barnes & Noble.
Barnes. Okay, cool.
Well, I got New Creation already. I just bought it.
Yay!
All right.
Dang, you are quick.
That's fast.
That's what she said.
Well, when he's not spending all his money on tacos and bourbon.
I do have spare.
You can afford books.
Yeah. And there's someone else with my name out there that has published books before that look like there's something I could write, but that is not me. Just one of those weird.
Go with not Olive Swan.
The knot is cool, Olive Swan. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah.
You're not a feminine feminist that enjoys studying femininity, art, and Hebraic culture?
That is not me. That is the other one.
Yeah.
The imposter.
The cheap fake.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm going to start downgrading all of her books, calling her cheap and fake.
Wow. That's harsh.
Andrew's my wingman.
You are an imposter. We don't know you.
1 star, not the real Olive Swan.
That's it. That's it.
That's it. That's what we have to write.
Oh my.
Do it for pettiness.
Hey, we're nothing
for anything. Pettiness.
Oh yeah.
The sad thing is, I can actually see most of this crew doing that.
No.
I'm doing
maybe,
it now.
maybe not. You'll never know. At least not from me.
I wash my hands of it. Plausible deniability.
All of my reviews are usually anonymous anyway.
I know nothing.
So
Nothing.
maybe we should write a story about conquering Greenland. That would be kind of cool.
That would kind of timely too. It'd probably blow up. Just saying.
Yeah, it would.
Dude, I am.
You know, the thing about Greenland is that, I mean, we have so many bases in the ice there anyway. I think that we have more structures than the actual Greenlandians, whatever the fuck they are.
Greenlanders.
Greenlanders.
They're Vikings.
Greenlandians.
Greenlandians.
Greenlandian sounds more cool. But you know,
They're greenies.
So on the fire topic, I had a thought today. I really wish I was better at video editing than I am, and I'm going to start teaching myself how to do better. Because when I saw the scene of the mayor staring down at her shoes while the dude from the press is like, "What are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about this?" All I could think was having a thought bubble open over her head. I bless the rains down in Africa.
You just need to have the pause, record scratch, and the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme.
Oh yeah, that would have been good too.
Someone say record scratch?
Yes.
Yeah.
We did.
Okay. I don't have that one loaded. Darn.
Yeah, I usually do, but I don't either because I pulled.
Now's your time to shine, Jeff.
I know.
We cheated
classic.
everything, and you just
Classic response.
Amongst everything else that you do.
Because Jeff just doesn't do enough.
Everybody's like, "Hey, Jeff, you got the record scratch?" Jeff's over here.
How dare you?
Oh my goodness, I haven't thought about that girl in a long time.
Neither has anyone else until now.
I know, and she's like disappeared. That is the weirdest thing ever. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she's like hepatitis B though. She'll come back.
Yeah, probably.
No, she's so old now that it's okay to pick on her, so now they don't let her go out in public.
Yeah, she aged out, just like David Hogg. And that's the problem when they keep getting these young activists to be like the spokesperson. It's like, oh look, they're a kid. We've got a shield for a while. You know, they can't bash on our stupid ideas because we're using a kid as a mouthpiece, and then the kid ages out and they get abandoned. And man, that's rough.
I wonder where they learn how to use child shields.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know.
Look what happened with Gretchen. They don't even. She's not in the news at all now.
Exactly. It's because she's no longer eligible to be used as a child shield.
She has become a bitter old crone at the age of 20.
I was gonna say I was starting to feel seen there, Andrew.
I mean, you have been seen for quite a while, but that's because you're old. So
yeah, okay.
Look,
because I am getting asked.
Is my wheelhouse.
Because I am getting asked. So I'm about 150 miles away from the fire. I'm safe. Thank you, everybody, for checking in DMs. But the valley is completely chock full of smoke. So it's like I'm there without the danger.
I'm not in the frying pan, but I get all the effects of being there anyway.
So basically you can be suffocated.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is in about another 14 hours, Jeffrey Dahmer's going to have a tremendous meal.
Wow.
Ooh.
Damn, that got dark. Okay.
I do not have a
toxic masculinity.
I do not.
Dark humor is like food. Not everybody gets it.
Not many people like Long Pig.
Long Pig, yes.
I do not have a suitable sound effect for this conversation, so all I'm going to say is, damn.
When I was serving in the King's Rifle African Corps, the local Zambezi tribesmen referred to human flesh as long pig.
Oh, Rick, that wasn't me. I didn't say none of this. Danielle's like oohing me, and I didn't even say any of it. What the hell? I didn't say it. I'm getting blamed for
You have the station email address. You get the hate mail.
And we get that all the time anyway, but I don't need it to chat. I didn't even do it. By the way,
Danielle, that's me.
I was going to say, I know our voices are somewhat similar, but come on now. All right, guys, believe it or not, that's it. We're out of time. And unfortunately,
time is an illusion.
Because we've run over, we don't even really have every time for everybody to do their spiel. So what I do want to do, though, is for the Babe of the Month, where can folks find you, ma'am? Because we have like 900 people watching us right now. So,
wow. Oh, I didn't need to know that. No, I'm just you can find me at Right Girl Problems. Well, it's Right GRLPROBS. Right Girl Probs is my handle here on Twitter, and I have a website, theoliveswan.com. You can also find me. I've written some online articles at Ordinary Times Mag, and I think that's ordinary-times.com, I believe. And let's see. But mostly I'm on Twitter. I also have a Facebook page, facebook.com/theoliveswan, TheOlivesWan. First name like the fruit, last name like the bird. And on my Facebook, I also post a lot of what I'm reading as it relates to my writing and research. And then here on Twitter, I shoot the breeze with whatever I want to say. So that's where you can find me.
All right, folks, we got to get out of here. Hang out for just a second. Stacy and I will be back with whatever. And then Amish, you got enough voice to do another hour tonight or no?
Yeah, I could probably pull it off.
All right. So I know, right? For both of us. All right. So we're going to get out of here.
The lottery.
Well, that's what happens. I knew as soon as they said California, it was you. All right, folks, we're going to get out of here. We'll be back next month. I'll be back in a minute with Stacy, back in about an hour after that with Amish, and then we're going to change to our syndicated content. So, yeah, I'm working until about 1 a.m. Don't you love being me? My name's Rick. I'm a workaholic. My last meeting was forever ago. As far as everything else, just hang out on KLRnradio.com, at KLRnradio.com. And you guys know pretty much everybody around here because we give the same spiel all the time. So we'll see you guys on the other side. Stay tuned.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Good night.
Bye.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.
Hydra hail. Good night, guys.
Good night.
All right, gang. Don't forget, we hotbox it tonight. So just drop whenever you're ready. I'm about to change over to the edge.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss
listening.
our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRnradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRnRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRnRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRnRadio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I love my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as ChatLivesMatter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. Hopefully a lot of you are hanging out and hanging over from the Toxic Masculinity show, or once a month foray into everything the media used to hate about being a dude. And a lot of the media seems like they're coming around now that Trump's won, but we'll see how long that lasts. I'm one half of the crew on this particular show, Mr. Rick Robbins, and she's the other half, Miss Stacey Lennox, and it's been a minute, ma'am. How are you? Maybe?
I am doing well. Thank you.
Woo, yay.
Woo, yay.
So how was your Christmas? How was
crazy? That's really all I can say.
I got it. I get it.
That's really all I can say.
Crazy towns.
Crazy towns. So, yeah. Got to do some traveling, had some family in the hospital. Yeah, it was a different sort of holiday. How's that?
Yeah, well, yeah, no, the joys of age. My first Christmas was at my dad's, and I caught the plague, so that was fun. One of my other grand gremlins came sick, and nobody told us. And plus, my dad it was like 82 in his house because he's old, and I'm hot natured, so I was already like, I'm dying, and I kept going outside, and then come to find out, one of my grand gremlins had the plague, and nobody knew. So I was sick for like the entire week before Christmas, and like Sunday, I told my daughter, I said, unless I I guess it was Saturday night, I was like, unless I start magically feeling better by Monday, we ain't going anywhere for Christmas because I'm not exposing people to whatever the hell this is. So yeah, I was down for almost 10 days and then got through Christmas okay and felt pretty good. And then it hit again. And I'm still right now, I'm just now getting back to trying to do full schedule. And every so often I'm still like, oh my God, I can't breathe. Yay. I have the plague. And the weirdest thing is, like, everybody I know has it. And we're spread. Some of us are spread out by thousands of miles and we all have the shit at the same time. So
it's
weird.
called influenza A.
And still, I'm just like,
and it's really the most prevalent thing out there right now, with rhinovirus being a close second. And of course, the CDC's flu shot missed the prominent strain. So
of course it did. I don't even trust them. I don't even trust them with flu shots anymore. As soon as I heard they were starting to change the flu shots into mRNA shots, I was like, I ain't getting any more of those.
Well, I haven't gotten one in a long time. And if you go out and you touch dirt and you touch grass and you're around people and you do things, you're less likely to get sick on a regular basis, because whatever you've been in contact with before will at least give you a little bit of coverage. So anyway.
I mean, I occasionally ground myself in smoke grass. Does that count?
Well, maybe, but I'm just saying, more dirt you get under your fingernails, the more time you spend, touching trees, the better off you're going to be.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
and I would say exceptionally more better than the CDC's 6% effective flu shot.
I mean, I really have to start asking these questions, though. What is the point of getting something if it's like usually 6% effective because it's a dice roll to even see if they get the right strains? You would figure by now we would have the technology to determine what the more prevalent strains might be with at least a more than 6% chance of success. Because it seems like
it's not, to be fair, it's not always 6%. Sometimes it's in the teens, sometimes it's in the 20s. I mean, it doesn't generally get, above 50%. It's not, you take it for the same reason that if you go into the hospital with chest pain, they're going to put you on a statin. Nobody talks to you if you have if you have blockages in your arteries about lipoprotein A, which we now know is the genetic cholesterol marker for people with normal cholesterol that will have heart attacks. It's certainly prevalent in people with high cholesterol that have heart attacks. And why two people with the same cholesterol number, one will have a heart attack and one will not. One will have, clogged arteries and one will not. Because if we started looking at lipoprotein A, then we couldn't give everybody a statin. And gosh, the drug companies have put a lot into statins. So.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You're just on the protocol, my friend. That's all. Come on, Bits. Come out here, please. We're not going to sit under my desk. Thank you very much. I got a dog that's very upset and she wants to sit under my desk where all the cords are, and I don't trust her. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. We're not going under the desk. Find another option. And she has to be in here because she was eating my cat. Kind of like Trump. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Yeah.
I'm going to say that's what was just running through my head. So.
Yeah, I know. Me too. As soon as I said it, I'm like, dang, I didn't even mean to do that. But how about the trolling that man has been doing in his press conferences?
Dude, I don't even I don't even get
the Gulf of America. Of course it should be.
And well, everybody's like the leftists are melting down. The more centrist Republicans are like, oh my God, this is never going to happen. I was like, that's not the point. The point is it's fun.
Well, it's not just that it's fun, but it's telling the president of Mexico, we're bigger than you, we're badder than you, and you're just kind of a hot mess. And even if we decided to change all of our maps to the Gulf of America, there's not a damn thing you could do about it.
Oh, I don't know. The whole
close your border, and we might call it the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, so here's another thing, and I haven't heard him say this out loud yet, but with him seriously trying to make noise about us retaking the Panama Canal, I had a thought that would actually, if we station troops down there, that would actually help us with some of these people that are using that particular land bridge to come fuck with us. So I'm thinking there may be another idea there. I'm just saying.
Well, it's not just that, but we spend an awful lot of time worrying about, turning Afghanistan into a burgeoning democracy where trans people would feel safe, which was never going to happen, and completely ignored everything to the south of our border. That was a huge mistake. In the meantime, Mexico basically became a cartel state, right? Central America fell apart, and a lot of South America went completely commie. What if instead of pouring all of that money and tech into Taiwan, which the Chinese are probably going to take, okay? What if we had invested that in Brazil?
Yeah, I can see that.
Why did we go to Asia? The education in Brazil, it's very, very they're very, very picky about who goes to college in Brazil because the state pays for all of it, but not everybody gets to go. So only the best and brightest get to go to college. So they're literally putting the best and brightest into degrees that matter, like science, technology, management, engineering, etc., and turning them out. And we could have taken advantage of their state-sponsored education, and we did not. Do you think we would have a bunch of freaking commies to the south of us if we had invested some capital down there?
Probably not.
Do you think China would have outposts at both ends of the Panama Canal if they hadn't been spending a lot of capital down there with their Belt and Road Initiative?
Probably not.
Okay. So basically, ever since Jimmy Carter let the Shah take over, or let the Ayatollah take over Iran, we've been focused on the wrong part of the world. Venezuela had a ton of oil. Why were we so focused on the oil in the Middle East? Pretty pathetic, really. We could have hegemony over 2 huge continents, in addition to Western Europe. And now Greenland, which will soon be Trump land, as far as I'm concerned.
We can only hope.
Well, I listened to somebody actually go through the history of it. Like, we have as much of a claim as friggin' Denmark does. And if Greenland votes to be independent, they're going to turn to America way faster than they're going to turn to Denmark. They got China and Russia cruising by all the time. The Arctic is in contention for a number of reasons at this point. So of course we should have a presence there. Like, when you look at what the left has literally been ignoring since Carter, it's just frightening. It's literally frightening. But how did we end up with a cartel narco state to our south? Because cheap labor and ignore for Afghanistan and a trans human rights and women's rights paradise where girls are now shoved back in burqas into the basement. 20 years with absolutely not a frickin' thing to show for it.
It's kind of terrifying, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And it all goes back to Jimmy. Have a hard time. So I've just said nothing because I have a really hard time coming up with anything nice to say about that man. Even in his post-presidency. Yeah, he built some houses, but he also snuggled up and ruined negotiations with some of the worst dictators and terrorists in the world. So even as a post-president, he was kind of worse than John Kerry.
I don't know. Is anybody really worse than John Kerry, though?
Yeah, Jimmy Carter. John Kerry never completely wrecked the economy because nobody ever gave him the power.
Sure enough.
John Kerry never left, hostages in Iran for over 400 days. The parallels between Jimmy Carter and Joe Biden are absolutely astonishing.
In more ways than one, really.
Yeah, I know. They're about the same age. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah. You did. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. But so I have a really, really tomorrow is a national day of mourning. Really? The guy's going to lie in state as the next president, probably the appropriate thing. Still don't have a lot of nice things to say about him, but that's the appropriate thing we do with our former leaders. A national day of mourning? Nah. I'm going to be getting ready for snowpocalypse. So
yeah,
I
me
got
too.
no time for mourning.
Yeah, me too, because we're supposed to get anywhere between 7 to 11 inches tomorrow. So yeah, that should be fun.
I'm in Georgia. We're supposed to get 7 to 9.
Yeah.
We won't be able to drive until next Friday.
This is true.
I'm not kidding.
I know you're not kidding. That's why I said this is true, because, yeah, they don't know how to drive all that stuff down there.
Well, if the sun comes out and it melts, then that's okay. We'll have some ice, but you can kind of deal with that with some salt and stuff. But I mean, if it's cold enough for the snow to stick and it sticks around for a couple days, we are effed.
Yeah, they're already expecting it to be bad enough that they've already set the kids up to do, because nobody gets snow days anymore. Thanks to COVID, now every time we don't have school, they're like, "Oh, they can just do it online." It's like, what happened to fucking snow days?
They don't do that here. They just give them the snow day.
Yeah, no, not here.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we'll do remote learning if we have to call school off tomorrow. I'm like, she's 4. The hell?
There will be no learning going on. Of course, there was no learning during the pandemic either. So
pretty much. So did you hear the news?
Which news?
Effective January 1st, 2025, there was a new generation.
Oh, yeah.
Gen Beta is now.
Who did that?
I don't even know.
Whose stupid idea was that?
I don't even know. I just find it weird that Gen X and Gen Alpha, who already have a lot of similarities, are also a very short generation again. I know.
Yeah, but the technology is changing fast enough that makes sense. But I mean, if you think about it, Gen X is 65 to 80. I mean, that's 15 years. Gen Alpha was 14 years.
Yeah, I know. But up until now, Gen X was the shortest generation gap. And now they're all getting shorter.
Yeah, but it kind of makes sense. I mean, they'll also move the date around depending on formative experiences and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. Couldn't we have come up with something better than that?
Well, so
Gen AI or something like that. I mean, these are going to be the AI kids.
Well, so here's the thing, because remember, Gen X wasn't originally Gen X either. It became Gen X later because we had a really lame name in the beginning too. And then somebody took our generational name from a dude that wrote a book, and that's when we became Gen X, because nobody really knew what to do with us. And the variable for X is who the fuck knows. So that's where that came from. So at some point, Gen Alpha may even change, and so may Gen Beta.
Well, because millennials were originally Gen Y.
Hmm? Yeah, it all changes. Yeah, it all changes.
Yeah. So I really hope that Beta changes, because that's just terrible.
I mean, I just have one question. If Beta doesn't change, does that mean Gen Cuck comes next?
I don't know, but that's just that.
Because then it would be Beta Cuck right next to each other. That would be kind of.
Yeah, no, that's got to change. We got to help these kids.
Oh.
Because Jean Twen, she had written a book about Gen Z called the I Generation, which really is a more apt title for them. They grew up with iPads and iPhones, you know. They were the first kids that were raised on social media, the first kids that can't ever get a job because they posted something when they were 12, you know. But that never stuck. They're still Gen Z. Probably because they're Gen X's kids. The nondescripts were just letters in the alphabet.
Yeah, you know, we were nobodies. We were the original short generation. We're also the least populous generation because we were doing all the stupid shit that got most of us killed. So that was fun.
Yeah.
Oh, look, lawn darts. Let's throw them up in the air and play chicken. Oh.
Well, and it's really weird now because all of a sudden, like Gen X, if we post about our experiences and things that are common for our generation, we get hate from the boomers and from the millennials.
Y'all are making shit up. No, we're not. We
Y'all
lived
are
it.
making shit up. No, really, we're not.
Dude, I was country road surfing in the bed of my dad's pickup truck.
Yeah.
My dad didn't give a shit.
Like, I mean, we really were drunk in cornfields and other woodsy kind of places when we were pretty young. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know why they can't believe it other than everybody else became so sheltered.
Yeah.
And I mean, I tried to make my kids free range, and all the parents in the neighborhood thought I was crazy. Like, I'd be like, go outside and play. And they'd be playing with each other because all the other kids were inside their house.
Yeah, my kids dealt with that a lot. Till we moved out into the country, and then they just went and found their own stuff to do. Because
yeah, I know, but it's just like it's really no small wonder they have very little ability to like resolve problems. They always had an adult around fixing their problems, you know? I mean, it's just we had to do it. Sometimes blood was involved, but
most of the time blood was involved. Dude, do you remember that monkey blood crap when we were kids? I hated that shit. I would like put off coming inside anytime I hurt myself because that was the first thing my mom went to was the monkey blood. And that shit used to burn like hell. So I would like throw dirt on it, anything I could to try to stop it from bleeding. Then eventually I just give up and go in because I'd still be bleeding. It's like, Mom. She was like, when I get the monkey blood, no.
Mercurochrome.
Yeah, we used to call it monkey.
We didn't call it monkey blood. We just called it mercurochrome.
Yeah, I don't think Okies could say mercurochrome when I was little. Pretty sure probably not.
That and black salve. Like, if you ever got a sliver, they just like rub this like tar shit on you and say, it'll pull it out. It will. Okay. Like, there's no truth to that whatsoever.
Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work. I said, yeah,
No.
it didn't work.
Somebody thought it worked, though. But yeah, if I post something about Gen X and they're like, really? Yeah, really. Like, it's a good thing we're the whatever generation. Like, say whatever you want to me. I really don't care. Like, I just, the compassionate nihilists. Oh, and we gave you Trump. You can thank us later.
Exactly, right?
Yeah. And our kids are the first ones that are leaning right.
Andrew, there is no way in hell that you are /boomer/Gen X. You're older than dirt. That's not possible.
What?
I'm responding to Andrew in the chat. It was like, as a boomer/Gen X border kid, I can vouch for it happening. I'm like, there's no way you're part of that border group because you're older than dirt, sir.
That's true. 1965. Well, actually, 1955 to 1965 is Generation Jones. There was a little break off of the boomers that they gave their own little designation to.
Was it because of Tom Jones? That way they got called Generation Jones?
No, it was the generation with keeping up with the Joneses when like materialism started becoming important and stuff like that.
Ugh.
Well, I mean, we were like, I don't know. We were the generation where all the smart kids went to frickin' Wall Street, snorted too much cocaine to do any good. And yeah. I would say Less Than Zero is like the quintessential Gen X adult movie. And they tried to tell me, I forget what movie they were putting on the Gen X thing on Facebook, but I'm like, I never even saw that movie. If you're Gen X, your movies all came from John Hughes. Pretty in Pink, Breakfast Club. I mean, come on. St. Elmo's Fire, E.T., Top Gun. Like, it wasn't this mushy, like, 1992 movie.
Yeah, no. I mean, and we talked about this a little bit on Manorama last night, because 80s was like all action movies and cool shit. I mean, I know there were like still mushy movies, but those were more geared towards parents. I don't know when this whole teenage romance shit started, but I'm like, they don't need none of that. Not yet. Go away. Anyway, I'm going to go back to yelling, get off my lawn now.
I don't yell, get off my lawn. If you need to be on my lawn, be on my lawn. Just don't touch my stuff. Leave my stuff alone. Yeah, I could tell you there's this really interesting shipping company, because as much as we hate TikTok under Chinese ownership, we should hate Temu more. Okay?
I already hate Temu.
Temu is the low rent Amazon. Well, they hired this company to call OnTrack to do their deliveries. Well, OnTrack tried to LARP Amazon by and they've got to be Chinese owned too. They just have to be. Their service is so not American. But anyway, like their customer service. So they like contract drivers. Well, my package, when it was air freight, made it from Southern California to Smyrna, Georgia in like 24 hours. Then it sat in Smyrna for over a week. And so I'm like asking these people, like, do you want me to come get it? Like it's like 25 miles away, right? No, we're not set up to do that. Da, 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 da. So I returned the product. I'm like, I don't even want it now, right? You've just pissed me off. So then 2 days after I returned it, it shows up on my porch, along with a driver who speaks zero English and sat on my porch screaming into his phone while smoking cigarettes for 25 minutes. I'm like, can I help you? He looks at me. No hablo inglés. Me no give a shit-o. Get off my porch. Like, I was so pissed. All I could smell in my front hall is cigarette smoke. I'm like, this is great. You know, people are going to come home and think I'm smoking again, and I'm going to tell them this story, and they're not going to believe me. This is awesome. This is just awesome. My dogs are going wild. Never seen anything like it in my life. Just would not get off my porch and like screaming into his phone. I think what he was doing was taking a picture of my delivery so it could be sent to me, and then he was going to take it. And when I opened the door, he got pissed, or he had to explain why he wasn't going to be able to grab it. Because when I put something on Twitter, a lot of people told me, yeah, I ordered something, they delivered it, and the person took a picture and then grabbed it and ran. So I had no recourse. So, yeah. Don't ever, like if you see OnTrack's delivering it, just return it right then and get your money back.
Yeah, I kind of ran into that delivery group with actually another. There's other people that use them, not just Temu. And yeah,
well, Walmart third party does.
Yeah, I had a bad experience with them too, and I think it was actually through Walmart. So I try to avoid that if at all possible. All right. So what else has been going on? What else you want to talk about? It's been a minute since we've done this because all the holidays and stuff.
Oh my God. Well, Zuckerberg How about that?
I'll believe it when I see it, but it was cool for him to say at least. So we'll see.
Well, I mean, at least he's moving in the right direction.
Yep. Well, I mean, so here's my thing, and I actually had a thought about this, and I was going to talk about it tomorrow, but I still can't. I'm really starting to wonder if one of the reasons he was being so strict on everything was because of the fact that the federal government was all over him from about 2015 until now, and now he's realizing that a lot of that stuff's about to go away. So I'm cautiously optimistic, especially with him talking about removing a lot of the filters and stuff. I still really want to set up some sort of a class action to get all the revenue back that you and I and all of KLR and radio lost during COVID, since we were breaking all the stories and nobody could hear them or see them because we were suppressed. Dude, we're still suppressed on Spreaker because right now we have 1,000 people watching us on X. I get 5 people on Spreaker. What the fuck? That's suppression, yo. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't super impressed with Mr. Musk over the break, though.
Oh yeah, no, I have embraced the whole X being virtual St. Angeles now. Started calling him Raymond Cocteau.
Well, and then I tried to get rid of my blue check, but I'm not paying for it.
Wait, you got a blue check and you're not paying for it?
Correct.
I didn't even think that was you suck.
I have no fucking idea, but if I go into my X Premium, it's like enjoy your complimentary thing, and I'm like, okay, I have no idea how to get rid of this. I'll screenshot it and send it to you.
I don't think I don't think you can. That means that somebody's considered you prominent enough that you get one of the actual old school ones.
I have no idea how that happened because I never even applied for it after I think I tried twice when we were first doing podcasting and stuff. I tried twice and I never got approved. So I just quit trying.
Hey, Al, if you're going to be
unless they went through old applications or something, but literally I went to cancel it because I'm like, I'm not supporting free. I mean, this is not the free speech I thought I was supporting, and I can't do anything.
Well, literally the only reason that I keep it is because if I don't have it, we can't stream to X. So that's otherwise I wouldn't be paying for it anymore.
Well, I mean, I guess we can stream to X on my account.
You can. I can show you how.
Oh, no. I'm just saying if you cancel yours, I guess we can stream on my account.
Nah, because at some point I am still going to try to get the station a gold check mark one of these days. When we get bigger, because it's going to happen. So according to Al, he's going to be the mayor of Greenland. I'm wanting to know how he's figured this out. I think Stacy has moved away from the microphone. So I'm just going to sit here and talk for a second. So, hey, how's everybody in the chat? Because something just happened. My co-host walked away. Do, 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 do.
Can you hear me now?
I'm starting to be able to, yes, but...
That's insane. I got new Bluetooth headphones, and I thought this problem was fixed.
Apparently not, because I think you...
Well, it's fixed on everything but Restream.
Well, that's because Restream, is Restream.
Yeah, I know. Well, Restream wouldn't even accept my old Bluetooths anymore, so...
It said new.
It said new! So you got to hear all the background noise.
Not only new, but hell no. Actually, we didn't hear very much of the background noise. We do hear your typing, but not really your background noise. The noise cancellation that you're referring to lets you not hear the background noise. We still hear it anyway.
Oh, no. I went to get another cup of tea.
Oh, I know. And
I thought we were over this. I don't understand why the Bluetooth doesn't work. I can walk away from my phone, but I can't walk away from my computer. It's very strange.
I don't know, but it's all right. We'll muddle through. And honestly, just to remember from now on, you can be like, hey, I need some tea. Can we take a break? And I can take a break real quick. And we can come back.
Oh, well, yeah, I know. I could do that, but I really thought we were going to be okay. And Al, you're not going to be the mayor of Greenland because the crown prince of the United States already went there.
I don't know.
I think he's going to give it to Junior.
I mean, if he's, I kind of want Al to be the mayor of Greenland though, because then I would have some pull in Greenland. Come on, don't harsh my vibe.
I don't know. I think it's either going to be Junior or Charlie Kirk. That's who he sent over. Who he sent over to like smooth the way.
I like how Rex is too. Rex is like, I want to be the Canuckistan Minister of Defense. Move the entire ball game west to defend against those damn Ruskies. Kind of like how Rex
There you
thinks.
go. I don't want Canada.
Yeah.
I want Alberta, and they can have Minnesota. I'll give them Minnesota for like, I don't know, a chocolate milkshake.
I could see you as the governor of Canada, Al. I could see that. I could see that.
I don't want Canada.
It's not about what you want, Stacey.
Look. We can give them Michigan. We don't want Michigan.
No, we can't give them Michigan.
We
Al's
need
in
to give
Michigan.
them Michigan and Dearbornistan. Let's do that.
We can't give them Michigan. Al's in Michigan.
No, Minnesota and Dearbornistan, like everything like north of Al.
Oh.
Everything north of Al, and Al can join. I don't know what's the closest. I don't know. It just seems like we should be able to give them like Maine, Minnesota, and Illinois. And most of Michigan. And then the part that Al is in can join. That's what I said. Give them Detroit, Dearbornistan. That's what I said.
He was just agreeing with you. It takes him a second to be able to hear you.
Yeah. But like if we could just carve off all that shit at the top that's gone completely out of its tree.
Wayne County should be part of Canada anyway.
Oh, see, Rex is trying to tempt me with gravy. Apparently he doesn't understand about me and gravy.
Yeah, Rex, apparently
we can't give him New Hampshire. That's where Diane lives.
Diane can move.
Well, if you're going down that far, you might as well give him Massachusetts and Rhode Island too.
Don't forget Vermont. It's already syrupy.
Oh yeah, Vermont. They elect a socialist. We're not giving them Ohio. That's a good red state. No. We're not giving away red states. We're just giving away loony blue states.
See, I think that's what we should do. We should go through and figure out how to divide up the map so Canada gets all our blue, we get all of Canada's red, and everybody's happy.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying.
Except Justin Trudeau's going away, and they're about to elect a conservative.
Yeah,
I can't say Pierre Poilievre.
Poilievre.
The best I got.
Huh? Poilievre is how I say it because when I first started saying it, reminded me of Polar Bear, so I just started calling him Poilievre.
Have you seen the video of him doing his interview while eating an apple?
I have not. No.
Oh my God, it's the best. Like this journalist is trying to poke him in the eye. Like, well, I'd say you're a little bit of a populist. He's chewing on an apple. Why would you say that? Or no, he says, what does that mean? Well, you take positions that people feel emotionally. According to who? Well, some people say crunch. Which people? Like he just took this journalist and just just made him look silly because he was all kicked back eating an apple. If I could find it quickly, I'd make you play it because it's freaking hysterical. Just go look Canadian politician apple, search it on X and you'll find it. It's worth watching. That's how you handle the media. Really? Who says that? And the guy just had no answer. It was beautiful. Beautiful. So, anyway.
Oops, sorry, I thought I was muted. My bad. I was clearing my throat and thought I was muted, and apparently I was wrong.
You were wrong?
I was wrong. I was not muted. That's what happens when I take like a 10-day break. I come back and I'm all kinds of rusty.
We're going to give... Oh, North Dakota. Who is North Dakota?
Apparently now there's a fight in the chat because somebody wants to give them North Dakota and somebody else was like, hey, I live there. And we're all like, we're talking about everybody else moving, so what's the point?
No, I don't want to annex Canada. That's as bad as annexing Puerto Rico. We'd get 2 blue senators. No.
I mean, even if we annex them, we don't necessarily have to give them senators. We could just make them a territory. They get nothing. Nothing. We could get the remember the
I look at it this way. If we are responsible for your national defense, you are now America. And you will pay us your taxes, and we will figure out what we're going to do with them.
I mean, that would make pretty much the entire world America right now.
No, it would make Western Europe America.
And a good chunk
then
of
we could
Eastern
have
Europe.
Greenland, huh?
And a good chunk of Eastern Europe, Greenland.
Yep, a good chunk of the former Soviet Union and Ukraine. Israel, really.
The difference between Canada and Puerto Rico is a technicality. Puerto Rico is technically a territory, so while they have membership, they have no voting powers. Remember the crazy lady January 6th throwing a fit because 4 million people are disenfranchised? There's more people than that in my entire fucking state, bitch. Sit down. But yeah, so I think where a lot of people are starting to get uppity about it is Donald Trump's like, we'll just make Canada our 51st state. I'm like, no, we don't need to do that. Just make them one of our territories. Then we get all of their shit and we don't have to put up with their bullshit either. So just saying, because they don't have a voice. They don't have a voice.
Well, they haven't had a voice for a long time because Trudeau wouldn't let anybody say anything he didn't agree with. Like, how would living as a U.S. territory be fundamentally different than living under Justin Trudeau?
Oh, I don't know, man.
I mean, Justin Castro. Sorry.
Justine Castro.
Justine Castro.
I don't get to use that very much anymore, so I should probably work it in because he's about to be gone. I think it's honestly kind of funny that within like days of Donald Trump saying we should just make them our 51st state, dude's popularity went. I mean, it was already bad, but then as soon as
he had no comeback.
I mean,
he
doesn't. It's like, well, you see, what happened was, and not even in a good way.
Well, I mean, nobody can handle like that level of Donald Trump troll. They just can't.
Well, and this is the thing that drives me absolutely crazy, right? Because at this point, I mean, I will admit, I was kind of a novice when it came to Trump. I didn't really watch the reality TV stuff very much. I knew a little bit about him going on Oprah and a few other things. So my only real exposure to him was in 2015, 2016. And it's one of the reasons why I didn't like him at all at first, because he genuinely pissed me off because he was unlike any other politician that I'd ever seen. But that's because he's not one. But so at this point, all things being equal, we're now talking about a man who has been on the world stage and running for office for now 3 consecutive terms. And everyone still doesn't seem to understand that half the shit he says is just to troll people and to get people to start paying attention. He doesn't actually try to do half the things that he threatens to do because he doesn't need to. That's just like half of we're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of USA. That was basically a shot across across the bow to Mexico is either fix your shit or we're going to come fix it for you. I mean, and then everybody's like, when he's like, well, the press is like, well, would you rule out military force to take Greenland if that's what you decided to do? I'm not going to rule anything out. Why the fuck would you say that you were going to rule anything out while you're negotiating with people?
And like, not only that, but all he has to do to bring Mexico in line is tax remittances for like 2 weeks.
Wait, I missed
tax
something.
remittances at 25% for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. That's all it would take.
To bring the entire lower part of the continent and South America in line, tax remittances 25% for 2 weeks. You people are going to straighten your shit out or you're done. Because we've paid no attention to them, they're not markets for us. Like, we make no money down there except maybe Brazil. And maybe now Argentina. We can exempt Argentina because they're a friend, and we can exempt El Salvador because they're a friend. But the rest of you are tax and remittances. Venezuela, Chile, Argentina.
Don't
You're going to knock off this communist shit, or we're going to make you broke. I think that's the best idea.
I just find it interesting that within a few weeks of Donald Trump winning the election and approaching being sworn in, it's like the entire Western world is like, wait, it's cool to be not a wuss again? When did that happen? Just weird.
Well, I wouldn't say the entire Western world is on that page.
Except for Britain. I don't know what the hell.
Oh my God. That report. People need to go to jail. I think people need to be hung over that. They literally ruined an entire generation of working and middle-class girls because they didn't want to be Islamophobic. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, when you sit down and read the court transcripts, and I haven't read them all, but I've read enough. I mean, one girl's being molested by like 10 or 11 guys after going into the police station and being told that she should go sober up and bring back an adult. In what world is that okay?
Absolutely none. We talked about that a little bit on Friday on The Edge of Liberty because I was like, look, and at the time, you know, it was me, Sean, and BZ. All of us have very similar backgrounds. And first thing I said was, I don't care where the hell you got your badge from. If that was your only takeaway from all this shit, you should hang it up, put a bag over your head, and just go somewhere and go away because you have failed in doing your job. I don't care what your government tells you. I don't care what the policies are. When your idea is to arrest a kid for being intoxicated, when you know damn good and well what was happening in that room, you are the problem. I do not care.
Well, I mean, it was just, I don't know how as a country you move forward with something like that when your current prime minister is still letting people in willy-nilly.
Well, the problem is now that all this stuff is coming to light, the current prime minister is starting to tank over there too. So there's about to be a shakeup pretty much everywhere. Because they're gonna do what they should have done in 2016, which is elect Nigel Farage. They're working on it. We'll see if it happens.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
I mean, it needs to
happen. They thought, what's his nuts? Oh, the last prime minister, tubby guy with crazy hair, Boris Johnson. They thought Boris Johnson was the UK Trump because he was tubby with bad hair. He wasn't.
He was not.
He was not.
He was a faux Trump.
Nigel Farage. Well, actually, you could say Donald Trump is the United States Nigel Farage because Nigel Farage has been at this longer.
True enough.
So, yeah. But I've just decided I'm going to laugh my way through the Trump administration. I don't care what he says. I really don't.
I'm kind of there too because I just
I'm sitting there listening to Ben Shapiro today, who was always like, Mr. Oh my God, I can't believe he said that, right? And he's just laughing through all of it. So I'm there. I think it's hysterical. I have people in my life, oh, I wish you wouldn't say things like that. Why?
I don't know.
Why shouldn't America have more stuff? Why shouldn't America have more land? We've certainly given enough.
Exactly. Look, I mean, and this is my thing, right? I know everybody's like, this is not a prelude to American imperialism. You know what? Even if it is, who gives a
Even
fuck?
if it is, who fucking cares?
Russia and China are doing the imperialism thing. Maybe we need to get back into that game for a while and focus on those two instead of all the other bullshit we've been focusing on. Turn everything else to glass and just fucking move on. I mean, Jesus, I'm just over all of it, dude. And look, I get it. A lot of it for him is posturing because most of the things that he says, he doesn't even have to do.
Oh,
That's
no,
like,
but Greenland is real.
oh, no, nobody talks about the fact
Greenland
that
and the Panama Canal are real. Canada isn't. Sorry,
nobody, Canada is probably real too, but whether it happens or not would be different. But no, nobody talks about the fact that we've actually been trying to acquire Greenland for like 150 years. It's been a long time, and the first president who wanted to do it was a Democrat, and everybody was fine with it when it was a Democrat that wanted to do it. Of course they were. But getting the Panama,
because it's different.
Well, yeah, but getting the Panama Canal back, it is actually a national security issue, especially with everything that's going on south of us right now. Especially
and everything that's going on globally, and the other trade routes that China could easily shut down or bring us to confrontation over. If they choke off the Panama Canal, along with some of the ones over in Europe, we're screwed.
And then everybody's like, oh my God, he's going to start World War III. I'm like, bitch, we're already in World War III. Where the fuck have you been? Just because nobody's firing any nukes yet does not mean that we're not in World War III. Look at what the fuck is going on. We've been in World War III now since Obama's term. As soon as Russia pulled the pin on Crimea, that was the start of World War III. We've been in it pretty much ever since. That's just the truth of it. And the fact that Obama did nothing about it, and then under Trump, they did nothing. And then under Biden, Russia's like, ooh, we got him now. And then everybody's like, oh my God, Donald Trump is a Russian stooge. I'm like, dude, you don't understand of what you speak. If Donald Trump was a Russian stooge, well, Putin would have been doing everything that he's doing under Biden's term, under Trump's term. He wouldn't have hidden it. He didn't care if that was the case. The simple fact of the matter is, Donald Trump is a thorn in every fucking asshole's in the country's side because he's one of them and he knows how they think. And it's like I've said before, if I have to have an asshole leading the country, which right now that's what we need because the rest of the world's turned to shit. Look at what's going on in Britain and everywhere else because we've underestimated Islam because there's kinder, gentler Islamists. No, there are not. And this proves it. So look at what's happening in Great Britain. There is no such thing as a kinder, gentler Islamist. And if you think that, I'm sorry to hurt your feelings, but you're a fucking retard. I'm just being honest. But the point about all of this is, if I don't have that loaded, or I would have hit it already. If we need an asshole running the country, and we do, he's the asshole that I want in the rooms that I can't be in because we've already seen what he's able. We've already seen what he's been able to do, and he hasn't even been sworn in yet. He's changed the entire shape of the Western Hemisphere, and he hasn't even been sworn in yet. And the left is just, oh my God, he's terrible. He's going to do this.
Oh my God, what are we going to do?
And what drives me nuts?
CNN having the absolute freaking vapors.
I did, yes.
Oh my God. They're so pathetic.
But yeah, I mean, when does CNN not have the vapors anymore? But yeah, no, I don't know. Look, he hasn't even been sworn in yet. He's got 4 years. If we do it right, we've got at least 12, maybe 16, maybe more if we do it right. But all I know for right now is we have to get as much done as we can in this first 2 years to prove to everybody that we're going to do our shit.
So Congress passes, the Lake and Riley Act today, or the House passes it with 48 Democrats. What the hell is wrong with the rest of them? Why do we need illegal immigrants in this country who are breaking laws?
Because
they broke the law when they came. We're talking other crimes once they get here.
Oh, yeah, I know. But they all have their own. But the thing about it is, believe it or not, there's actually more Democrats than voted for it the first time. So, and
and that's fine. But the only Democrat who even seems remotely to be making any kind of sense or even trying to tack towards the middle is John Fetterman.
Yep. All right.
He actually had an interesting, coherent, and well-articulated interview on Fox.
I know. I saw parts of it. I was kind of astounded, if I'm being honest.
I was like, who are you and what happened to your stroke?
I'm telling you, I think his brain got rewired after the stroke. All right,
I don't know, but I'll take the guy in a hoodie.
Well, believe it or not, Stacy, we are back at top of the hour already. I don't know where the time went, but here we are. So where can folks find you?
You can find me at Scott's Fire on Twitter sometimes. I've been not very attentive in my Twitter activity lately.
I know, I've missed you. It's making me sad. But at least I can still see you. Amish has been active but missing for like a week because Twitter was doing some weird shit with him. I think they finally fixed it though, because I can see all his posts again. It was weird.
I just created lists of everybody I love and like just go in my lists because nothing Twitter does can change my lists. I can see whoever I want if I put them in a list.
Actually, I wasn't showing up on lists either.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Everything
people would subscribe to me and they couldn't. Yeah.
Everything he posted within 30 seconds was this post is unavailable. This post is unavailable. This post is unavailable. It's fun times. Fun times.
Did you piss off Elon?
You know what? At the moment I didn't have anything to say about H-1B visa holders, but boy did I after.
Yeah, well, you and Laura Loomer, dude.
All right, folks.
I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going mute again. Fuck off.
All right, folks. We're going to get out of here. I'm Rick Robinson, General Manager, KLRradio.com. You can find me at Router73, following with the station at KLRM Radio. You can find me here in a minute with the Amish One doing the Rick and Orty Show as our live closing act. Then we'll be changing over to our syndicated content, which I think will run until about 1 a.m. Eastern, if I'm doing the math right. And then after that, you can find me tomorrow afternoon doing tomorrow's Thursday. I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore. The Thursday edition of the Rick Robinson Show live on KLR Radio, noon to 3. Then I'll do Jen and Rick tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Before that, we have, I believe this is Disasters in the Making. I think. No, it's not. No, it's
Culture Shift.
This is Culture Shift. So Culture Shift at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Before that, and then Friday, same thing, same time, same channel, noon to 3. And then Friday night, Aggie Rican and me, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Then John Katz and I are back with Going Mental at 10 p.m. Eastern. And then I'll be pushing buttons for Front Porch Forensics on Saturday when I'm not doing all that, because did I mention I'm a workaholic? You can find me at Twitchy, occasionally posting things when I can find time to write, which I hope to be working on again this week. I don't feel like I'm dying quite as much. And you can also find me contributing to misfitspolitics.com, loftusparty.com, and I do produce the Loftus Party podcast through Kung Fu Rick Productions, which drops every Tuesday. So, bye, everybody. Orty and I will be back in a minute.
Sorry, Orty.
Even though technically Orty's here now. And Stacy's like,
sorry.
Oh, come on.
I'm going to put y'all in corners.
Love you, though.
Love y'all.
Bye, everybody. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as ChatLivesMatter Night, right here live on KLRN Radio. We are the last of the closing act for KLRN Radio's feeds. However, as soon as we get done here, we'll be jumping over to the SHR Media crew, and then I will check to see if we have a behind enemy lines tonight or not, because I haven't had time to check. And if we do, that means I'll be running content till about 1 Eastern. So, yay, fun for me. Anyway, we're here. We're live. Actually, no. It'll be actually almost a little after 2 Eastern, because I forgot BZ ran for like 2.5 last night. Yay. But at least
nobody cares about Eastern time.
Yeah, me either. I'm in God's time zone. Everybody else can kiss my ass.
You're not in California.
That's because that's not God's time zone, sir.
The sun sets in the west, my friend.
And the sun rises in the east. So, and I'm further east than you. So
there's
there you
just
go.
varying stages. Anyway. Hi.
Besides, if Pacific time was really God's time zone, would California look like hell right now?
Yeah. It's just, clearing the brush.
Oh,
Shit.
that whole thing, dude. When I saw James Woods posting this morning about him getting remote notifications that his house was burning, I was like, son of a bitch.
Yeah. I mean, all of his smoke alarms going off simultaneously and it beaconing out to his phone. That's a gut punch, my friend. That's
Dude,
just.
I couldn't even imagine. And then to see all the people that were like piling on me, this is karma because you don't believe in global fucking warming. Fuck you.
Yeah. I mean, global warming causes bad governance and shit policies.
Dude.
I mean, okay, look, they don't. Los Angeles is supposed to have. Well, okay, California was supposed to have. Excuse me, a ton of new aquifers built. We passed the bond initiative years ago. Of the 126 they were supposed to make, they have begun construction on 2. The firefighters have no water to fight the fire with because the fire suppression lines are dry because they don't refill the aquifers. They just push the water out to the ocean. We had a wonderful winter 2 years ago. The reservoirs should be full. They're not. So
Well, they're not because your governor's more worried about a fish.
Yeah, the Delta smelt. And, you know, that actually goes back. That's even before fucking Newsom. That goes back to Brown. That was, I mean, that's been a joke in the state for almost 15 years. So, okay, this is something I've got to say about this. One of the things I have caught myself stop doing about states, I'll do it about cities. It's the trope of, well, they voted for it. In a city, yeah, you could absolutely say the majority, like Los Angeles. But the thing is that the places that are burning in Los Angeles aren't really the inner city and the coast that, I mean, yeah, Palisades, sure. But a lot of them are out in the burbs, and the burbs generally don't vote blue. So no, they didn't vote for it. You know, that's like, you know, saying the residents of North Carolina voted for it because, you know, rallies fucked up or whatever. You know, I don't every major city's fucked up. So when something happens to a city proper, yeah, you know, like London, yeah, you voted for that. But most of the state, especially the parts of like California that are affected by natural disasters, you'll get this in Washington too. They're not the areas that it most frequently happens in aren't the blue enclaves. If you look at the political map of California, it's almost all red or at least purple, except for right along the coast. Unfortunately, 2 of the largest cities in the country are in California. You're welcome that they're here, not where you're at. So I'll take your thoughts and prayers. Additionally, and you heard about this in Florida, you know, and a friend of mine brought a tweet to my attention from Justine Bateman in Discord. And you hear about it in Florida where insurers kind of just backed out of the state and you can't get insurance for, you know, homeowners insurance for a lot of things. That happened in California too. A few years ago, the insurers came to California and said, "Look, you guys, your fire mitigation policy is absolute shit. We need to raise our rates a little bit because we're just losing our ass covering all of these fires that are, you know, caused by your bad governance." And California said no. So the insurers said, "Okay, fuck off, we're out." So a lot of people um, can't get homeowners insurance. You have to buy it through a state exchange, which is buying homeowners insurance like buying Obamacare. You can only buy fire and earthquake from them. You have to buy them separately, so it's 2 separate policies, which you get billed separately for too. So if you pay one and forget to pay the other, then you're out. You're defaulted. You can't get insurance for any other major disaster, and you know how California has massive snowstorms, flooding. Yeah, you can't get insurance for that. You have to get renter's insurance for the contents of your home, and for liability insurance, generally through the roof on, you have to buy that separately too. So you have to buy a minimum of 4 different insurance policies just to have a house in California and to have it basically covered. A lot of the places that can't get covered are anything built before 1980. You have a hard time getting coverage. Anything manufactured homes built before 1990, which is a lot of the state, you can't get covered. So, yeah, California's got some fucked up policies, but try to, keep in mind that the people that are being affected aren't the people who voted for it generally. So I'm going to get off my soapbox on that one.
No, stay on your soapbox, sir, because it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's just, you're looking at it from, I've had a lot of people ask me if I'm okay. Yeah, I'm 150 miles away from the fires, but where I live, whenever there's a fire in the state, we get all the smoke. So it's like being in the fire. You see these sunsets from Los Angeles. To quote Get Shorty, they say the fucking smog is the fucking reason you have such beautiful fucking sunsets. And I will say, when California's on fire, we get some amazing sunsets. But yeah,
hey, I don't mean to. Hang on, I don't mean to. Hang on. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I just figured out how to give you guys your green room back whenever I'm doing hot switches.
Oh, nice. Sweet. I'm glad you're fidgeting while I'm talking. While I'm ranting.
I was still listening.
There's a saying when you live in a small town, you don't lose your girlfriend, you just lose your turn. And that's what it's like with natural disasters in California. It wasn't our turn. So I want to thank everybody for reaching out. We're okay. It just wasn't our turn. So thankfully. For those of you who have known me for a while, it was our turn a few years ago when we were under evacuation orders and I was sleeping on the roof of my house. Well, sitting on the roof of my house. Because I have some elderly neighbors who had nowhere to go, didn't want to go to the evacuation shelters. So I was the beacon to where, okay, we have to go now to go and wake them up and make sure they got out.
That's because you're just an awesome dude.
Well, just, it's being a good neighbor.
I don't know.
Everybody should do it for everybody.
I don't know very many people that would spend their Thanksgiving cooking for their neighbors.
Well, I enjoy doing it, but thank you.
I'm just saying.
So, anyways, I'm off my soapbox with that. I said what I had to say,
and it was very well said, sir.
Thank you. What's going on with you? What's new with you? We haven't spoken in a while because of this man cold.
I know we've been like 2 shifts passing in the night when we do like Manorama every so often. We're like, dude, I don't think I could talk for 2 full hours with it. Just us can't do it.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, yeah, things are okay. I guess made it through Christmas. 2025's here. Now we're gonna see what we can do with 2025. However, I do have an interesting little side note. I don't know if you've noticed it in the work chat or not, the station work chat, but like almost a little over a month ago, Corin Nimick popped off about wanting to start a podcast. So I DM'd him and said, hey, I run an indie podcast group. I know you could probably get anybody to do it for you, but we do it because we love it. How can I help you? Took him forever, but he responded. He's like, I barely ever check DMs. Send me an email and we'll talk. Like, holy
nice.
Crap. Holy crap.
He follows me. We were dancing the other day. It was fun. He's a 38 or 2.
Yeah, I know. Somehow I'm a 65er. I don't understand that.
For those of you who don't know what that is, one of the brouhahas over the weekend while I was in my Twitter ghost tweet hell, where everything I was tweeting was going to unavailable within 30 seconds into my replies. And some people said even on my main feed too.
Yeah, it was happening.
There was a thing going on because, there was this policy coming to Twitter X of, they're encouraging you to tweet more positively. So people were asking Grok, what's my Twitter positivity score? And all the best people were getting a 38. Except for you that got you and Fu got 65. I don't know. Fu, I don't get you. You're generally not mean. You don't use retard like a comma.
I mean, I have my moments, but they're rare. I do usually try to be nice, and I usually try to be uplifting and positive because it's just kind of who I am. But yeah, I mean, I do have my moments. But yeah, I was honestly surprised that I was sitting at 65 because it was weird because I don't know if maybe some of those policies have just kicked in and maybe that's part of what's changing. Because all of a sudden, I don't feel as invisible anymore. My account shot up by like 250 followers in 2.5 days. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, it's funny. Getting back on topic, though, Corin Nemec getting a 38. That dude tweets nothing but positivity. He is just, he's very up to
He's on.
yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's yeah.
I
He's
think
part of
that
the Lewis. He can't lose. He can try to lose, but he can't lose.
I think that whole thing when he started interacting there was what put me back on his radar, because we followed each other for a while, but I haven't really seen that much from him. And then he was trying to figure out what was going on with your feed, and I was explaining it. And then I got that reply from him this morning. I was like, dude, I asked you that thing like 6 weeks ago, but cool. Nice. I'll send you an email.
Nice.
See what happens. Maybe I can officially kick off Kung Fu Rick Productions and start actually.
That'll either be good for him or bad, or good for us or bad for him, or both. Embrace the power of and.
Could be either one, my friend. Could be either one. But yeah, speaking of not feeling as invisible, we have a total of 1,220 people watching us right now.
Nice. I don't know if it's current, but that nice. Yeah.
Well, it used to drop off. I'll get a total in a second that actually tells us the number per hour. So it's probably sitting at about 600 per hour right now, which is still insane.
You're talking about that too. I mean, have you seen what's happened with Jeff's account since he changed his @
I have, because I expected it.
I mean, I understand it. It's just when you actually see that, to realize that just the general tone of your @ gets you suppressed. Because he was Stoner Brewing Co. So, the connotation, I don't know if there was a thumb put on the scale just because of the stoner. I mean, but after changing his @ Jeff, what do you have? 38? Or sorry, 6.8, something like that. We'll wait for him to reply in the chat. But yeah, it's just that's weird when you actually see it happen.
Oh, yeah, no, it's been interesting to watch because I've kind of been watching him tick up. But like I said, I don't necessarily know. I mean, I think his changing his @ had a little bit to do with it, but I think like I said, I think whatever changes they were teasing with the algorithm have finally kicked in. Because like I said, dude, I'm still trying to figure out how the hell why in the hell one of the Krasentine brothers is currently following me. I'm like, what the fuck did I do to get your attention?
They do that from time to time. Oh, 43%. Yeah, that's huge, Jeff. That's awesome. So, but yeah, no, they if you wonder why accounts like that have so many followers, because it's the feedback loop. They follow you thinking you'll follow them back, and then they'll unfollow you when they see your content, but you don't notice it, so you continue to follow them. There was somebody in our circle used to do that. Until she got called out for it, and then everybody then she lost a ton of followers when it was realized that that's what she was actually doing. So but yeah, it's just a weird game people play.
I never have understood that, dude. Once I follow you, then I don't unfollow you unless you completely piss me off. It just doesn't happen. Which is why
that's what they count on, though. That's what accounts like Krasnstein count on, is he followed you. Oh, I got this big account following me. I should follow him back. I'm going to follow him back as a courtesy thing. And then they ditch your follow, and then they ditch their follow on you because they don't want you polluting their echo chamber, but you're still following them, adding to their 200,000 followers. It's a cheap way of buying followers.
Yeah, well, sadly, as of right now, this dude has like 1 million. That's nuts. But
yeah.
Anyway, I'm not following him back because I know who he is. So it's a wasted effort on his part. So far, he hasn't kicked the follow yet, and it's been about a week now. So I don't know. We'll see. I was just like, why in the hell are you following me? It just seems weird. But then again, I do bust his balls a lot on his feed. Maybe he's decided he likes it. I don't know. I did. I haven't interacted with him in a while because he's another one of the ones that said, I'm going to Blue Sky and never coming back. 5 minutes later, I'm back.
5 minutes later.
5 minutes later. Oh, so what else you want to talk about since it's been a minute?
Oh shit. God, what is there?
God, I just.
I mean, it has been a minute, so we could always go with how was your Christmas?
Hang on. Sorry, I had to choke for a minute. No, Christmas was good. New Year's was good. Did the Thanksgiving thing too. Cooked for the olds, and I don't do as big of a meal. I they still appreciate it, and I do love cooking. So, but no, it was good. It was pretty low key, and New Year's, that's one of the Sacred Six amateur nights I just don't go out on. So I think I was in bed by 9:30.
I actually stayed up to ring in the New Year, but I did it from my living room, so it didn't matter.
See, the great thing about being in California is we get to cheat. We can ring in the New Year with the East Coast and then go to bed.
Yeah, I know. I tried that because it's still an hour ahead of me. I was like, I'll just wait till the ball drops for them, and then I'll go to sleep. Then I couldn't go to sleep anyway. So I was like, yeah, I'll just stay up. I only got to sleep about 1:30, so that was anyway. But I think that's because my sleep schedule got screwed up, dude. I was down for so many days in a row. I binged watched all the things I haven't watched in forever, and I'm just like, I'm running out of things to watch, dude. I even rewatched Arrow, for God's sake, like all of it. Now, granted, some of it played while I was sleeping, but I made it through all. What is it? 7, 8 seasons, I think, during the time that I was sick, because I was literally doing nothing but just laying there going, I'm dying and watching TV. It was terrible. Like,
yeah, that was a good thing with being down with the man cold too. I'm almost done with Pretender.
Almost. Are you going to watch season 5 or no?
Yeah, there isn't a season 5. It's 4
there
seasons. Well, at least there's only 4 seasons on Amazon, and then apparently there was 3 TV movies that, because I was looking something up, just on the wiki for the show. I was like, wait a second, because anyway, in my head it seemed like in the first season, Miss Parker slept with the dude who ended up being her brother, and that's how I remembered it. But then I had to look back and check, and that didn't actually happen. So, but it was just like they introduced the 2 characters around the same time, and one was just for 1 episode, and then anyway.
Yeah.
But I was looking that up, and then it was talking about a couple other things, and it was referencing they made 3 made-for-TV movies for the show that I can't find on Amazon or anywhere.
Oh, God. I just saw that you reposted somebody who's asking why we're not trying to annex Tasmania.
Right. Hey, you know what? We need a South Pacific base.
We do.
You don't get much more South Pacific than that.
We do, but does Tasmania have like the spider season and everything else that Australia has? Because
probably.
If so, I'm out, dude. That's probably one of my most memorable moments of sitting in on KOKC was pulling that up when we were on a break and showing to the producer. I'm like, dude, we have to talk about this. He's like, what do you want to talk about snow in Australia for? I'm like, read closer. He's like, holy fuck.
Yeah. Oh, the web snow.
Yeah. He's like, is that true? Is that real? It's like, I just fact checked it. Yes, it's real. Here's the fact check. He's like, yeah, we got to talk about it.
Habitual Line Crosser just did a bit about that too, about selling the F-35 getting sold to Australia and it wanting to come home because of the spiders. And the F-22 is like, okay, fuck it, send me. I'll go. I'll intercept a spider.
Oh, the F-35's a joke anyway. I don't even know.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, okay. So that chick, that PhD professor who,
yeah, the one who stepped all over her own badge today.
Tripped over her blue waffles and about James Wood's house, and so when I rolled up on her, some people dropped her LinkedIn and her bio from the whatever university she was a professor at, and she's from my desert. I know exactly where she's from. I know exactly the kind of person she is. And I can absolutely tell you the reason she posts the way she does is because of daddy issues. She grew up on a Navy base in the middle of the desert, and that means that her dad is either a naval aviator or works for Raytheon, because those are the only 2 things in Ridgecrest, California. So, yeah, that when I saw that, absolutely understood. Oh, you're a base brat. Got it. And you're getting back at daddy. So, I mean, she did apparently write a book that's one of my topics of interest, but I'm pretty sure if I read it, I would become very mad at her take on it. That's the California Water Wars. That's where residents of the Owens Valley blew up the LA aqueduct and had a standoff with the California National Guard. That's near and dear to my heart.
Oh no, sorry, I just got a meme. Hang on. I gotta put this on the screen because
incoming meme.
This just resonated with me in a way that I didn't see coming. So hang on.
You can put it up on the screen.
It's there now. It should be anyway. I don't think I can make it any bigger. Giggity. Maybe I can. Did it work? Yeah, it worked.
Yeah.
They're killing you with wheels because you would fight back if they used guns.
Okay.
I didn't expect that to resonate with me the way it just did.
I get it. And yeah. That's
Are they wrong though? That's the scary part. I don't think they're wrong.
No, not really.
It's kind of terrifying to think about, but I don't.
With government, cruelty is the point.
Oh, yeah.
I took that off the screen, and my monitor went a little bit darker. I thought I was having a stroke for a second.
You are. It'll catch up with you in a minute.
There we go. I'll start smelling like burnt toast and saying that was 4 or 5 days ago, Jack.
Wait, why do I smell burnt toast? I don't know. Or like Warehouse 13. Do you smell fudge?
Yeah. But that was a good thing. Well, not all, but yeah, generally.
Not always. Like the one time when they're like, "Oh, I smell fudge."
Yeah.
Sorry, I rewatched all of that while I was sick too. I'm
due for a rewatch.
Well, I've watched all these things so often now that I just skip around and find all my favorite episodes and then watch those instead of watching them in the order. I'm like, dude, I have one of those memories that I remember most of it anyway, but I still absolutely love rewatching things. Aggie and I were talking about it last Friday because there was the telenovela episode. I hated that episode first run through. This is probably my 4th or 5th now, and I was laughing my ass off that entire thing. I have embraced absurdity as I've gotten older, I think.
Credo quia absurdum.
Very well said, sir.
Thank you. No, it's okay. So it's like, we were chatting up with Coronemic the other day. I watched like some of the best episodes from season 6 because it really is one of the best written episodes. They may not be the best episodes, but they're the best written episodes. Like Shadow Play with Dean Stockwell, and it's dark. It's a dark subject, but not in the usual sci-fi way. So they did what Trek always does, where they'll take like a social issue and they'll cover it in their universe, and it was a really well done episode. And but yeah, it's Warehouse 13. I'm due for another watch through with that. And my Christmas tradition too is always to watch the first Eureka Christmas special, and the Warehouse 13 Christmas special is good too. But the first Eureka one, it's really special. That's the one with when Santa Claus is in town.
So
and Taggart invents the science of Santology.
Oh yeah, that's actually probably one of my all-time favorite ones. The other one of the I think it's the second Warehouse 13 one is actually my favorite one, but that's because it has the police captain from Arrow in it is playing the dad that finds out that Santa's actually his mirror image and shit. I actually really like that one. But I did realize something after watching the Eureka, because I do the same thing every Christmas. Eureka's first, and then Warehouse 13. That's actually what I was like, I'm just going to go ahead and rewatch most of it. I watched all of season 1 for Warehouse 13 in order after I watched the Christmas one. Then I started skipping around. But I realized one of the things that irritated me the most about the Eureka Christmas specials was also true about the Warehouse 13 Christmas specials. They are outside of the fucking timeline. That is the only thing that annoys me about those.
No, they're incongruent. They're standalone episodes.
And it threw me for a loop, because the one that I really, really like is right after like the warehouse blew up and everybody almost died, and then they're like, "Oh, Christmas time." I'm like, "What the fuck? The warehouse isn't even here. What did you do?" I'm like, "Oh wait,
Well,
never
there was
mind.
the
Standard."
other one because it was right after Micah left.
Yeah, the first one was right after
But she
Micah
was in the
left,
Christmas episode.
and she was in that one. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. The first one and the second one, because right after that second one for both Warehouse and Eureka, Sci-Fi kind of stopped doing Christmas episodes. I don't know what happened, but everybody's like, "We're not doing those anymore." I'm like, "You suck." You suck.
That's actually I can tell you the exact moment of time. That was because they were owned by NBC Universal. All NBC properties stopped doing Christmas specials
It's because it was politically incorrect.
or some bullshit. Yeah.
Bastards.
But yeah, it was right. I think it was right when Comcast bought NBC, because that's when they had the big rebranding of Sci-Fi 2 from SCIFI to SYFY.
Which was stupid as fuck. Because
I
everything
hated
was
that.
everything was downhill once they like fucked up the name. Because Sci-Fi used to rock, dude. I mean, think about the height of the Sci-Fi Channel. All the stuff that we would have never seen if not for them taking a risk and saying, "We don't give a shit how expensive it is. We know people are going to watch this." I mean,
Right.
Battlestar Galactica, which I will admit that the pilot movie is better than the rest of it. I will admit that, but I still love watching most of it because it was just so much different than the campy, clowny one that I watched as a kid. And I honestly, I'll be honest, I thought I was going to hate it because it was so much different. I'm like, this is incredible. This is kind of like a mix between, Star Trek and what was the one that Amazon eventually took over?
The Expanse.
Yeah, because they actually tried to use some of the physics and shit. So it was kind of cool because I was like, it's like it's got all the fun parts of Star Trek that I liked, but it's got enough to make it actually seem realistic at sort of at the same time, which was awesome.
Well, a heavy influence on that too was the global war on terror, because everybody had gotten so used to embeds that it's like, okay, gun camera footage is a thing, and yeah,
true.
No, but I mean, you're right, because you had two congruent Stargates running at the same time. You had Dark Matter, Killjoys, Warehouse 13, Eureka. You had fucking the Magicians.
Well, I mean, hell, even earlier than that, Farscape kind of kicked all of it off.
Yeah,
that was one of their very first big swings, and I mean, it wasn't. It was a niche show. Not everybody watched it, but I absolutely loved it, and that's where Claudia Black and Ben Browder came from, who eventually came over to Stargate. I have to admit, now that I've had some distance between Stargate and SG-1, I don't hate their episodes as much as I did in the beginning because I couldn't unsee them as the other characters. It just didn't work for me. But now it kind of does. But I still, after watching Atlantis, I kind of feel like they missed something because after rewatching some of Atlantis the other day, there's not a Daniel Jackson style character on that show. They really should have shopped it to Nimic and seen if he would have taken it. That would have been kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I would
really,
I would have at least tried because there's because I was like, dude, there's Rodney McKay, which is kind of like a hybrid between Jackson and Sam, but he's still too much of a wuss. We still needed the pure ancient archaeology kind of guy, and we didn't have one. And I was like, I miss that.
Well, I mean, I understand the reason for that though, because they're in the city of the ancients. If they want to learn anything about it, they can just sit in they can Deep Space Nine it and sit at the space station. So in order to make it interesting and going out, they were going out, and that was more of a, hey, you know what, we're an outpost alone. We got to go, deal with the local tribes to, get help to help us survive too. And then, we're a little bit more technologically advanced than everybody but the Janai and the Travelers and a couple other races out here. So, or a couple other cultures out here. So, that was more of the, them doing classic Trek with, meeting the alien of the week, as it were. It was still episodic, but they were going out and, they were doing the Trek thing there. So, I mean, they didn't have a Daniel Jackson character because they didn't really need one. They needed somebody to figure out all the science. And that's where McKay and Zelenka came in. in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree, but still would have been kind of cool. I mean, even if it was just like a recurring role, just have him on every once in a while when they needed the guy to be like, oh, that's what this is. Instead
That's kind
of
of what they did, though.
Yeah, but Jackson like twice wasn't the same, man. Wasn't the same. I don't know. I'm trying to throw Nimic a bone because I'm trying to, in case he's listening, I'm trying to sign him. Remember? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's rumor. Excuse me. Hang on. Still dying.
Dude, I'm telling you,
there's rumor another Stargate again.
I'm still popping cough drops like Skittles, so I get you. Dude, seriously, there have been so many teasers about them trying to bring it back at some point, and I'm just like, can we just either do it or not? And shut the fuck up.
Right.
There's another thing that drives me crazy real quick, and then I'll let you say whatever you're gonna say. All of these fucking things that are coming up now, they're like, oh, this is launching in blah, 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 and it turns out to be a fucking AI generated bullshit article. Can we stop that? Because I get so excited about some of this shit that I'm like, wait, you suck. You suck. Like they've been teasing Stargate, like something called like Stargate Forever or something for like 3 years now, and it keeps the post keeps coming up, and then I'm like, it's not real, and I'm sad. But okay, anyway, I'll shut up now.
Jeff makes a good point too. Daniel was the heart of the show, and they never found the heart. That's true. Yeah, and you're right. Quinn would have worked too. Okay, so talking about cold medicine, I found something that has taken down the king. Found something better than NyQuil.
What is it? Do tell.
The Tylenol version of it.
Oh yes, that is awesome.
That stuff's great. 2. This is something I wanted to talk about on Culture Shift, but I couldn't make the last show because I was dying, and something I wanted to bring up with you. Did you see that Lower Decks retconned all of Kurtzman Trek?
Yep.
In
I
their
saw.
final episode. They said, it's an alternate reality. It's not in the prime timeline. It's not even in Kelvin.
Yep. They made it all non-canon, motherfuckers. Which
and
I've been
how
telling
they did it, if you're not familiar with it, how they did it was they were hitting these pockets of alternate realities. And there was a classic Klingon ship, classic Klingons, and they were talking about how when anything was hit with this, hit with this whatever, it would show the alternate reality version of them, kind of like the mirror universe or whatever. And when one hit the Klingon ship, the classic Klingons, it turned into the Kurtzman Klingons from Discovery. So that was their way of saying, we've just retconned all that bullshit. It's out.
And it needed to be done. I mean,
because it was asked, is Lower Decks canon? And Lower Decks is canon. Is absolutely canon. They never said that about Discovery, Picard, and Picard is actually in Kelvin timeline. Or Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, so Picard is actually in the Kelvin timeline because it's actually after the Romulus explosion.
Yeah.
But the whole thing about that was, and this is, I mean, dude, one of my first pieces on the Loftus Party was breaking down exactly how this was all alternate timeline, because the movies set it up when First Contact happened and the Borg went way back. They made it alternate timeline as soon as Enterprise found the Borg from the First Contact movie. That made everything from Enterprise forward in that new time frame non-canon and alternate timeline, and that's why we didn't have. And then they tried to fix it later, and then actually NX came first, and then the Daedalus class, because NX almost all got wiped out, and they had to go to older technology again. Bullshit. That's not what happened. I mean, look at the differences between the ships. Look at how much bigger even the Strange New World NCC 1701 is versus the original. You cannot tell me this is not alternate timeline. It had to be alternate timeline. It's the only way to make all the different technology and everything make sense. And I don't know why everybody was fighting it, because it would have shut everybody up with this isn't how things were. And this is technically a different timeline, because when the Borg went back in First Contact, they changed everything. And this is that offshoot. That would have shut everybody up. And they should have went with it, and they didn't. But now they didn't give them a choice, which is awesome.
Okay, breaking: Hollywood Hills have caught on fire, and it's being evacuated down to Hollywood Boulevard. That's That's into the city.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's city proper. That's when you're getting into the urban sprawl.
I mean, we're getting to the point now
Concrete
where
jungle.
if they don't figure it out, we're going to start talking about billions of dollars in property damage.
Oh yeah,
this is bad. I mean, with as screwed up as everything is over there right now, if it gets as bad as I think it's going to get, I don't even know how y'all are going to recover. This is nuts.
Well, we're the 5th largest economy in the world.
You were.
Yeah. Yeah. I had something for that and it just left my head. It was a comment I had made earlier today on Twitter too, but anyway, never mind. Moving on. Bygones. What are you watching?
Everything, because I've been sick for like almost. Dude, I realized the other day because the last time I did a Rick Robinson show before Monday was December the 18th. I had no, even though I was sick off and on for a little bit before it just really grabbed a hold of me, I had no idea it was that long. I was like, holy, I've been down for that long. I hadn't done a show.
2 weeks at least, yeah.
What was Monday, the 5th? I hadn't done a show from December 18th as far as the Daily Show until January the 5th. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Really? I mean, granted, I was still doing like the pop-up stuff and I was doing on some of the evening work still, but the daily stuff was just like, yeah, I don't have but yeah, so I was kind of flabbergasted when I realized that I had missed that much. And then first show back, I had almost 400 people watching. I was like, they've missed me. Yay. But no.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, I'm 10 days down too. So yeah, and even then, I'm just kind of tea and NyQuil are getting me through this. So
pretty much. I mean, dude, I have like eaten. I've been hot mic since 7 my time, so I have probably eaten about 8 cough drops. So I'm glad the talking portion of my evening is about to be over, and I can just start running syndicated content. Because yeah, I'm like I can feel it now. My throat's starting to be like, what the fuck, man? But yeah, literally everything. Like I watched the final episode of Lower Decks, which if they did it right, they have set up an awesome Deep Space Nine style spinoff, and I hope they do something. I really hope they do something with it because they have things set up to where they can actually start having they have a stable way to start exploring the alternate timeline. That would be kind of amazing. And again, there's a space station parked right outside of the stable wormhole that takes them into alternate realities. Which the funniest thing about that entire thing, and I probably should say this now because of the late, but anyway, spoilers if you haven't watched it yet. The space station that wound up being the one that they parked there was the most relegated, outdated, ancient POS starbase still in existence, and the only reason it's now like it's literally Deep Space Nine all over again because it worked there, plugged in where it is because it still uses old enough technology that the stable transport thing doesn't fuck with the technology that they use. So I was like, I really hope they figure out a way to do that as a spinoff. Another little interesting side note is there's now 2 Captain Ransoms in the same thing. So, another little interesting side note, because Jerry O'Connell plays the first officer that gets promoted to captain in the final episode. They have literally crossed the streams between Sliders and Star Trek with Jerry O'Connell being at the center.
There you
go. When that occurred to me, I was like, holy shit. They've literally crossed the stream between Sliders and Star Trek, and Jerry O'Connell is one of the main characters involved.
That's funny.
Anyway, so yeah, what about you? What have you been watching?
Wrapping up The Pretender. It really is a good show. I mean, it
had all the good stuff of the 90s that we really didn't have anymore.
It's barely political, and when it is political, it doesn't do it heavy-handed. I mean, it's kind of like of course, why not? It's kind of funny for something that was on NBC, and again, you have to casting back to 90s NBC. I mean, that was still, I don't know. I don't want to say neutral because it never really was, but it was more fair. They didn't try to inject politics and everything. And when they did, it was just kind of a little social commentary. I talked about it in the first season where, it was like, Jared is, playing a lawyer and defends a cross-dresser. Okay, great. You know, I get it. And then, you know, called in the favor later, and it's fine and everything. And they made their point, but that was it. You know, it wasn't like embrace this lifestyle. It's just, look, you know, to help you do it anyway. Genuinely good show. If you haven't watched it, if you don't remember it, it's just stupid fun. Yeah, it's got an overall arc all that moves through the whole thing. Him finding his family and then helping, you know, Miss Parker find out what happened to her mom along the way, and just, you know, and yeah, it's just generally a good show. Like I said, I also watched a little season 6 of Stargate because it came up in conversation, and getting ready for another rewatch of Warehouse 13. And there's a couple other shows on my radar that I've just drawn a blank on right now.
Yeah, Warehouse 13 was really a fun rewatch because it'd been a minute for me.
Yeah.
It's been a couple of years since I actually took the time to rewatch that one. For some reason, my go-tos to rewatch are usually Star Trek related. I did start trying to rewatch Babylon 5 because I found it on Prime, and then I realized that there were like two seasons worth that were free to watch, and then for the rest of it, you got select episodes or you had to subscribe. I was like, I got to see some of the best Babylon 5 anyway, because, you know, 3 and 4 are awesome, but 5 needs to disappear.
5 doesn't exist. There is no season 5.
But yeah, I mean, I had actually started rewatching a lot of the Arrowverse stuff because I started watching like the crossovers because I found like on Max they have the animated versions of the what was the one where all the universes start collapsing? I can't think of the title right now. I have medicine brain. But yeah, they had the animated version of that one, and then Arrowverse actually did that across. At that time, it was all 5 shows, actually 6, because even Black Lightning touched on it, even though it wasn't actually part of the main. So I started going through and watching all of those, and then that kind of got me started rewatching all of Arrow. I actually forgot how good that show got by the end of it. The beginning, Stephen Amell was a robot in the beginning. I was like, I forgot how bad he was for like the first 2 seasons. It was like Picard season 1 and season 2. You could just tell he just hadn't found his feet yet, and then eventually he started actually seeming more human. But I liked the end of it. I had forgotten how well they tied together everything at the end of Arrow. Like it actually shows when him and Felicity are finally together again after he's, you know, left that plane of existence. And she was like, "Why did you pick here?" And he's in his dad's office. He's like, "This is the first time that I saw you." She's like, "No, it's not. First time you saw me was in the IT room." And he's like, "Are you sure?" And it flashes back to that time where the only time they showed it before was the scene where you can see her in his dad's office and looking at this picture. And she's like, "It's too bad you're dead. You're kind of cute." And then in this one, it fades over and shows him standing over in the corner in the shadow, and she can't see him. I was like, that's pretty cool. I forgot about that. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I got nostalgic for DC. I think it's because Marvel's been screwed up so bad that I just don't care anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, Disney. Yeah. That's why I'm scared of them doing a Firefly reboot. You know, as we talked about on the Culture Shift, is when we started doing the Culture Shift during the pandemic, Disney could do no wrong. Now they can do no right. It's stunning.
I don't really know about that. I think even Disney's starting to slowly figure it out because they just launched a new Tim Allen series that is not, from what I understand, is going to not be very wokeified.
That's
It's actually
just that's just a sugar pill to keep people around.
I mean, I don't know. It could be the beginning of a change. I'm optimistic, but cautiously so. Kind of like
Every time I've been cautiously optimistic about Disney. Yeah, I mean, they're doing a season 2 of Andor, so I mean there's hope there, but that's just kind of like, oh, please don't fuck it up.
Dude, Andor, the first season was pretty damn good, but the reason I'm worried about the second season is because I'm afraid they're going to do what they did with Mandalorian.
Yeah, because Mandalorian was good for 2 seasons, and then, oh, hey, you know what? We got Luke Skywalker, and then now we're going to do Book of Boba Fett, and now we're like, what the fuck is this? What's with the Skittle swoop bikes?
That was the weirdest thing ever. But I think that was actually kind of a nod to Knights of the Old Republic, because that's what that shit reminded me of, was when you got your mounts.
Yeah, but then they had Jack Blacks and
that was just youth related cameos to try to look. We got Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah,
that's all that was. But yeah, I did. So they have
That's
a
not even
new
a Disney
one.
property.
I know, but still, they were like, "Oh, look, the kids will know who he is, even though he's an asshole."
Yeah,
I will say there has been an interesting Star Wars property so far that hasn't been terrible. It's like they took a page from Star Trek, because you remember Prodigy, the little cartoon related, kid related
Yeah.
Star Trek thing that had like 2 seasons. They've started one
Uh-huh.
called Skeleton Crew that's live action, and it's a bunch of kids that get stuck on a pirate ship as it takes off. I was like, "Ooh, this looks familiar." It's the entire plot of Prodigy with a slight twist, because it's in Star Wars, but it's live action. But I mean, it hasn't been terrible so far. I think there's maybe like 1 or 2 episodes left, but I don't know. I'm sure they'll fuck it up at some point. There have not been lesbian space witches yet, so we're winning.
Yet.
I said yet. I'm just saying. So far, there have not been lesbian space witches, so we're winning. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that one, dude. I was like, what the fuck? Anyway. Well, believe it or not, my man, we're pretty much back around to the top of the hour.
Yeah. Wow, that one. I'm surprised I made it through. I
That's
really
what
am. Yeah. That's what she said.
Mighty Morphin Vespa Rangers. That's pretty good, Jeff. I don't remember you saying that before, so that's pretty good.
I remember.
My member berries are suffering because I'm taking tons of cold medicine. I can say my fairly good memory is not nearly as good right now, because I'm like, I'm on cold medicine. My name is Rick. How are you?
Okay, so final thing about the cold. I have absolutely refused to go get a COVID test, so that way I can say I still never had COVID. Because it's probably not COVID. I mean, it's probably not a tumor.
He's not a tumor.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, I was just laughing about it. It's like, wow, this is one of the longest colds I've ever had. But actually, it's just the chest component that won't go away.
Apparently, it's according to Stacy, she thinks pretty much everybody that we communicate with on a regular basis has influenza strain A, because it's one of the ones they missed this year, and it's really prevalent. It's like it wouldn't have mattered. Wouldn't have mattered if they missed it or not, because I didn't get the shot.
I did.
Yeah, but it wasn't one of the ones in the flu strain this year.
It wasn't in the shot. And that's what I tell people too. It's like, oh, you get the flu shot. Well, there's generally 600-700 different strains of influenza going around the world at any given moment, and they can only fit about 100 of them in that shot. So it's just guesswork. It's like predicting the weather, but with flu. So, I mean,
I don't know.
I'll roll the dice. I mean, I gamble.
As soon as they started making noise about turning the flu shots into mRNA vaccines, I was like, yeah, I'm out. I don't even know if they've started it yet. I don't care. I'm out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not doing that. I am a pure blood, damn it.
I'm not breeding. I don't care.
None of your scientific sorcery, sir. Scientific sorcery be damned.
I mean, at my age, they're going to be retarded anyway if I have a kid. So why,
I mean, never mind.
More retarded.
Where can folks find you, man?
Let's see. You can once again find me on Twitter. I'm not being suppressed at the moment. So my monetization has still been paused, and premium is still ghosting me on that. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter. You can find me tomorrow night on Culture Shift with Brad Slager as we do our highs and lows of 2024. Are we gonna try and do a makeup jux this weekend, or?
I mean, we can, but if we do that, it'll have to be after. I was gonna say it'll have to be after Laura's done.
Yeah, it'll be too late. I'm an old man.
You said it, not me.
Well, it's not like Foo's around to say it. So,
speaking of Have you ever put anything out through Twitchy yet? Because if you have, I can't find it. That's the only reason why
I
I'm
haven't
asking.
yet. I probably will be pretty soon, for reasons you and I have discussed, but I'm not going to talk about on the air. And at this time, so I have not had a chance to yet because every time I would have a moment to,
Dude, you ain't got to tell me nothing. I've done
I
about
know
a
you haven't
third.
written in forever either.
I've done about a third of what I was supposed to do over there for like 2 months, and I managed to not do anything last month because every time I turned around, it was either Christmas shit or sick and dying.
Yeah. So. Yeah, no, I'm hoping too soon. Yeah, you can find me on Twitchy eventually. Let's see, where else can you find me? That's about it for this week. Manorama next week on Tuesday with you and Jeff and Vincent, and I guess Steve will be there too, probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's Steve
I don't
guy.
know.
And
I'm pretty sure Jeff will probably be there too, since there's like the model coming.
I'm gonna lean heavily into calling him Freddie Mercury. If you didn't notice the other night, Rancor Steve shaved his beard and he's got a porn stash. He looks a lot like Freddie Mercury now. Just saying.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one that thought that. I was like, you know what? I don't know how he would take that if I say that. So
I
I'll just-
said it last night, but I don't think anybody heard me.
we didn't.
Okay.
We didn't, because I would have been laughing my ass off. Because
No,
once you
he
said
said something, I said, "Settle down, Freddie Mercury."
Yeah, no, I did. I don't think anybody heard it, but yeah, I would have so piled on if you said it first because I was thinking the same.
Well, I'm
thing.
saying it first next week, then. Unless Jeff beats me to it and steals my answer.
Well, it's either Jeff or Vincent.
Yeah. So.
And you've been
that's it.
so
How about
much lately.
you?
You've been absent so much lately. He's been stealing your exit line too.
No, he was doing that before I was absent. Fucking cockbite. Fucker.
Where can you not find me now that I'm sliding back into workaholic mode? So let's see. Tomorrow, noon to 3 Eastern. Friday, noon to 3 Eastern. Rick Robinson show. Tomorrow night, I will be. Hopefully, Jen and I will be back 10 p.m. Eastern. Jen and Rick. It's been a minute since we've done that one, so I'm going to see if she's available. Friday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Aggie time. He said, she said, with the lovely Aggie Rican. And John and I are back for Going Mental at 10 p.m. Eastern. Then I'll be pushing buttons for Front Porch Forensics from what are they? 8 to 10 Eastern, I think. No, 9 to 11 Eastern, because they're 8 to 10. We're 9 to 11 my time. They're 8 to 10 my time. I hate time changes. I'm just about to start telling everybody, fuck it, I'm doing
Time zones. How do they work?
It's the math, man. I can't do math on cold meds. And then Sunday, hopefully, I can do an America Off the Rails, because I'm just now trying to get back to full schedule, and occasionally the voice says, yeah, we can't. So we'll see. But I haven't put one of those out in forever, so I'm going to probably put one out one way or the other, even if I do like a pop-up at some point this next week. And then off Monday, and then starting everything over again with Manorama on Tuesday, as well as the Rick Robinson show. Other than that, you can find me, hopefully this week, probably starting Friday, because now all of a sudden I have conference calls tomorrow that I wasn't planning on having, because I'm trying to get other things launched. So hopefully Friday, some Twitchy articles. I still have not put anything out on the Lofts Party for a while, but that's because the back end on his website fucking sucks and it annoys me. So I'm like, I produce your podcast. That's enough. But that drops on Tuesdays, and then when I have things to rant about, I usually put them out on Rick's Rants, but I haven't done one of those in a while. I've actually thought about it, and then I got so sick, I was like, you know what? I have lots of things I want to yell about, but I don't have the energy to type. So might start getting back into that a little bit too. Other than that, you can find me at RowdyRick73. You can follow along with our network at KLRM Radio. And you can follow along with our new news arm that now that I'm not dying, I'm going to start doing a little bit more content with one way or the other at Digital Beacon US. I think that's it. I think that's all of it. And if it's not, I've already said too much, because I feel like I've talked for like an hour trying to close this shit. Bye, everybody.
Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra.
Yes, hail the Hydra.
No. I know. Shield is collectivist, but the Hydra was evil.
She was with the Russians too. I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk.
Hello, friends. You have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has. When you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Concepts or rhetoric offends you. Tune out now.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. And if you and I don't do this, then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it once was like in America when men were free.
I have come here to chew bubble gum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubble.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome. Kind of an unusual show tonight. There's good news, there's bad news, there's kind of some shocking news, and there's news where maybe you won't be shocked. I was pseudo shocked, I suppose. This, by the way, will be my only show for this week because Thursday night something is happening, and it's Mrs. BZ's birthday on Thursday. So we're going to be celebrating. She will be 39. I, however, am just a hair older than she is. At a beautimous 39, I should add, because clearly. So today is Tuesday. It's January the 7th, the year of our Lord 2024. I'm going to start out with news that you need to know. There are actually, I have to go certain places first. I hate it when certain shows, they say, okay, we're going to tell you about this, and then you have to watch the entire damn show, and then they save it to the very end, or they don't even cover it. So I'm going to cover something up front. And also, there's something very bad happening in California right now. Always spell it with a K. But as per normal, I am glad to see you. I am always glad to see you. I am glad to see you in the saloon. I'm glad that you guys are watching right now, watching live. And if you're watching later on in podcast, that's great. I greatly appreciate that. And if you would, please subscribe on Rumble and subscribe on the SHR Media YouTube channel. And during the show, if you would kindly please share the show. And also, we have, you can go to our sumptuous and palatial chat room, which is kind of a different place. I've gotten new couches. Some people like the new couches. They're a lot more, I guess, bouncy, you could say. Some people liked the other furniture better. I'm mulling over whether or not I want to change back to the original furniture. I didn't get rid of it, so I have it just in case. In any event, thanks to everybody for being here tonight. It's a late night show. It's 8:05 Pacific. That means it's 10:05 Central and 11:05 Eastern. And particularly if you're in the Eastern area, I really appreciate it staying up so late. A show note also, besides the fact that I'm not going to be here on Thursday night because I am celebrating Mrs. BZ's birthday. Another show note will be I'm in negotiations right now to try to see if I can get a young lady on the show who has tons of information about the J6 abrogation. And a lot of people surmise that President Trump, one of the first things that he's going to do is essentially pardon all the J6 individuals. That opens a whole door that I'm not ready to address at this point, but I'm trying to see if she can come on. She is an amazing source. And I'm not going to give her name just yet because I don't know if I've asked her. She has tentatively said yes. I've laid out a time and a day, and we're kind of going back and forth right now. And I don't want to mention her name because I don't want to commit to something that if for whatever reason she just can't do it, then no pressure. I'm just trying to make things a little easier for everyone. In any event, thanks for being here. There's sadly something that's going on right now in California, and it's this. There's a huge brush fire that's going through California, Southern California. And the problem with Southern California, well, the Santa Ana winds always come up this time of year. And there's a huge brush storm. That's a live broadcast. I'm not going to go live because they'll swat me for going live. In any event, what has happened is it's in Pacific Palisades, and I'll show you where that is in just a moment or so. Thousands apparently have fled their homes, and Governor Newsom has already declared a state of emergency, and it's very bad. 30,000 people roughly have been evacuated from the Palisades area. Let's take a peek at this. Now, if you can see right around here where I'm circling, that's the Palisades fire. And this is the town of Pacific Palisades. And as you might expect up around here, rather mountainous, lots of weeds, very dry, high winds. But to give you some perspective as to where this is, there's Los Angeles, Thousand Oaks, Malibu down here, Santa Monica, Marina del Rey, Torrance, Carson, Gardena, etc. Los Angeles, almost directly east of this. So the Palisades fire is right up here. Apparently, it has gone from this area and has either threatened or is going through the Getty Villa right now. And if you look at this, you can see, this really looks familiar. Number one, you can see what a great view this has of the Pacific Ocean. And number two, if you're familiar with the Getty Villa, you'll remember and you'll recognize having seen it in any number of TV shows and movies. So Pacific Palisades, right up here. Let me back out a little bit. The fire, and apparently it is traveling this way, south, and then a little bit southwest. So a very bad fire right now. If you have any prayers, if you're interested, throw a prayer or two to California. They could use it. Not everyone is an asshole in California, although always spell it with a K. Although Santa Monica residents. Okay. I'm just looking at the news right now. Santa Monica residents have been given an evacuation order. That's rather amazing. Let's back out here. This is Santa Monica. This is the Santa Monica Pier. Now, if you remember O.J. Simpson, this is Brentwood right up here, Westwood, West LA, Century City, big film area right here. But if they're considering evacuating Santa Monica, then this thing has started right up here and appears to be going almost due south and then splitting, going off to the Getty Museum and then moving further and threatening the actual town of Santa Monica itself directly on the ocean. So there's the Getty up here. Palisades fire apparently expanding east and going down south and threatening Santa Monica. Well, it'd actually be nice if I put this up here. I'm gesturing only to myself. So let me go over that again. Palisades fire up here. Getty Museum right up here. Brentwood, which is where O.J. Simpson lived at one point, right over here. Santa Monica, the town of Santa Monica and the city of Santa Monica, right here, Santa Monica is being evacuated. It's burned over 2,900 acres, and it's continuing, stoked by fires that are about 50 to 60 to 70 miles an hour or so. They think that tomorrow they may go up to about 80 miles an hour. And this is a bad deal. Santa Monica, only been there once. Very pretty little area. It's no surprise or shock that a lot of people who have a lot of money here have great places on the coast. And the fire apparently is threatening all of those folks. And to also include, if I'm not mistaken, just before I got on the air, James Woods, the actor James Woods, was saying that, well, he showed some video on X, which indicated that it's right on his patio in the back. And if he hasn't lost his house already, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the process of losing it. So that's fairly amazing. A coastal town like Santa Monica is being evacuated at this point right now. So again, as I say, maybe a few prayers to the folks that are in Santa Monica. I almost feel bad by doing this. I got sent this today, and I thought, okay, how did I know that the Palisades fire was going to occur? But I wanted to put this up, and let's see if I can make this go. That dude gets so loud. Yeah. Bros. Another bro. Another bro. We'll be talking about the bro in the red very shortly. And of course, this guy, that guy, thems, and just kicking back with a lot of wonderful people. And as I showed at the beginning of the show, such schadenfreude that this poor lady had to certify Donald John Trump, the guy with the dead orange cat on his head, or OMB, Orange Man Bad. So very, very sad. There she is, looking sad. There's Johnson looking not quite so sad. So we'll continue. I have a ton of things to get to, and I hope I have the ability to get to them all night. And that means if I don't run any breaks or anything like that, then I'll leave it to all the adults in the room to go to the electric winkle chamber on your own. And if you need to leave the room, you don't need to raise your hand or anything. Nothing like that. I came across this. This is one of the finest speeches that I've heard from about leftist policies. And it's parents like this on the East Coast were investigated by the FBI. Well, let's hear what they have to say in this gentleman.
It's Mike Fody, and I'm from Buckingham Township, and I honestly don't know what country I'm living in anymore. You made the statement, of course, you've heard it so many times tonight, people violate the laws anytime they want. And you said it so cavalierly, so arrogantly. Of course, Mr. Harvey voted with you. Can you look at me, please? You disrespected the other voters. Thank you. A little bit of respect. You know, I agree. You don't get punished anymore. That's where the country is because of the losing liberal left policies. One state steal less than $900. It's okay. I go to Home Depot the other day to buy a tool. It's locked up. I asked the guy why. Oh, they come in shopping carts. They load it up, and we can't stop them. We're not allowed to do anything. They're the garbage policies you people endorse, okay? Oh, but you know what? If you're a conservative Christian grandmother and pray outside an abortion clinic, you get 10 years under the FACE Act.
That's a fact.
That is
Yeah.
true.
That's
That
really
occurred.
fair, isn't it? So let me tell you something. Thank God on January 20th, there's a new sheriff in town.
Amen.
I know this pains you losing liberals, but you're going to have to get some TDS training. It's called Trump derangement syndrome. Because there's not going to be any more DEI. There's no more men and women's sports. There's no more men and women's locker rooms. Can you imagine your junior high daughter self-conscious about her body and she has to change or take a shower next to a naked man? These are the sick policies you people endorse. So that's gone. There's not going to
Okay, this is where I stop it. Because you have to remember the fight continues. Don't automatically assume that that fight isn't going to have to be fought time and time again. You know, it's no great news that I'm in North Idaho. And even in North Idaho, when you would think that a free state, and predominantly it is a free state, that you still have to fight, we have to fight these very same policies here because this crap is endemic. Only Zeus says, love your content. You have a potential. Do I? Thank you. Anyway, and Joe Sowell, who I had on the show about a month or two ago about his book. He's in the chat room. Thank you. And if you guys are interested, and you do, in fact, want to be in the chat room, please jump in. You can see that we have a chat room on Rumble, and we have a chat room on the SHR Media YouTube channel. I'm looking at KTTV in Los Angeles right now, and they're beginning mass evacuations. There are cars on fire. People have left their cars in the Palisades area, in the Palisades fire, and just left them where they are. And they're fleeing, and there are mandatory evacuations. Not a suggestion, not a hint. These are mandatory evacuations there. Now, as I indicated, I was going to tell you a story. I'm not going to make you wait for it because I think that's kind of a crappy thing to do. Now, I understand that the gig about things are a teaser, and you want to make sure that people listen and watch, that kind of a thing. But I'm just going to show you this up front. Forearmed is forewarned, and given information, as much information as possible. See, the deal is on this show, I'm just going to assume that you're an adult, and caveat emptor deals with actual adults. I'm going to assume that you're an adult or you wouldn't be here. I will give information to you, and it's up to you to decide whether you believe it or not. But that's the beautiful thing about the First Amendment, because when you have speech that's censored, what actually should be happening is if there's speech you don't care for, there should be more speech. And I'm a huge advocate of that. I come from the time in the 60s, and I'm getting off course because I get to, it's my show. There was a time in the 60s, 67, the Summer of Love, 1968, when people struck in California, all the little hippies and whatnot, and they were all about free speech. And today, free speech from the left can go to hell. Well, all the hippies and the people that were huge advocates of free speech, including at one time the ACLU, as far as they're concerned, free speech can, in fact, go to hell. Things are coming around. That's part of the aspect that you're going to be hearing in Happy Stories. Thousands of homes threatened in Los Angeles. Winds expected to get worse amid raging wildfire. This is a very bad thing. So throughout the rest of the show, I'll be monitoring that. And again, thanks to everybody who is here listening and watching tonight. I greatly appreciate it. This is the thing that you need to know. I discovered this article a while ago, and true then, true now. The truth about how airplanes are maintained. So let's just cut to the chase. Oh, you son of a gun. Anyway, let me see if I can get to the Vanity Fair article. Or you know what? I'll just hold off on this for a while until I come back to it. There's also something else that you need to know about. And Kash Patel. There's a reason that folks want him for the FBI director and other individuals for CIA. I'm going to play this for you in just a moment, and you'll discover that there is a reason that everything needs to change. Matt Waltz in the Trump administration is recommended for National Security Advisor. Tulsi Gabbard is nominated or will be nominated as the DNI, which is the Director of National Intelligence. The DNI essentially is in charge of everything in terms of intelligence and answers directly to the president. In charge of such things as the rest of the 17 intelligence agencies, NSA, CIA, all of that. John Ratcliffe as CIA director, Kash Patel as FBI director, Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. Now, with all of that known, let's listen to Kash Patel talk about Gina Haspel and how the CIA decided that they're going to act. This is one of the reasons that you're getting Kash Patel. This was manufactured. Here we go.
So I already told you what we did when we briefed Trump on the originations and what he did, based on the intel we had at the time. Then enter Fauci and the media.
The originations of Wuhan 19, to be specific.
No. The Chinese would never do this. It's not about, no, it didn't come from them. Then the wet bat thing came out and some other goofy whatever.
Right.
Okay, what did we just learn 6 weeks ago? Gina Haspel, as director of the CIA under Trump, authorized 6 case officers and intelligence analysts to be paid off so that they would change their assessment on COVID origination.
Correct.
That's not a Kash Patel thing.
That's CIA.
That's a CIA institutional decision to spend taxpayer dollars to lie to the world where COVID came from because it fit the narrative that Fauci and the media wanted out there, along with Gina Haspel, because she didn't want Donald Trump to get the credit for reading the intel right and making the hard right decision. But what happens is we're 2 years down the road from that, 3, and that story's been written. You know, that iron has been cast. So half the public is like, what are you guys talking about? That's a right-wing conspiracy. And this is why it's so important to keep drilling at that work, because many more of these instances of conduct will come to light if brave whistleblowers, congressional oversight. And
that's given me a lot of hope.
Things are going to change. And leftists, Democrats, globalists, etc., don't want to see any of that change. That's one of the reasons there's going to be such big, huge pushback come nomination time, come approval time. Here's another story. U.S. intelligence is dangerously compromised. And this is from CIA and FBI whistleblowers. If you are a whistleblower, I worked for the FBI. It has a culture all to its own. New CIA whistleblower alleges agency used monetary incentives to undermine search for COVID origins, echoing allegations by FBI whistleblowers last May. Here is another story which is cementing that information that you need to know. And that's The information is there for you to see if you but look for it. There's this weird thing called the internet. And even if the fat boy right here can find things, because I am the original techno-Luddite, guaranteed you can find things, and the American media maggots can find things if they but have just a semblance of curiosity about them. But they're not particularly interested in that at this point. Now let's go over to this because, again, like most of my shows, they are crafted in such a way that I'm going places. I like to take a journey during the show and illustrate from the beginning to the end. I try to weave a little bit of a story. So just as essentially he's leaving in less than a week, well, actually a little bit over a week, about a week and a half, maybe 10 days or so, because I'm terrible at math. Come on, give me a break. U.S. announces $5.9 billion in military and budgetary aid to Ukraine. More money. But no one can tell you where this is going. The U.S. sends $2.5 billion in security assistance, $3.4 in the budget aid. And of course, they're doing this before Trump takes effect and steps into the office itself. But here's what we have done to the military. We have, this will be great, I assume, for the defense manufacturers who have we've sent all of this equipment and all of the weaponry, etc., over to Ukraine. And it's surmised that it will take about 18 years to build a sufficient amount of arms back to replace the weapons that are going to Ukraine. That's completely absent if we were to encounter some kind of another Cold War, hot war, and that's coming up when I'm going to tell you about China as well. Because if you don't believe it, you need to open your eyes. China is gearing up. And in my humble opinion, China is gearing up for Taiwan. And all the indicators are on the screen. I'll leave you with this in this section, then we'll come back and I'll tell you a little bit more about the aircraft and where your commercial aircraft happen to be maintained. Now I'm looking at the news. Palisades fire rapidly expanding into Los Angeles. Now it's moving into the populated areas from Santa Monica. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm going to have to take a break myself, if you get my meaning, if you catch my drift. And we'll be back. It's time for you guys. If you're having an adult beverage, please take this time to hit the electric winkle chamber and also perhaps garner yourself another beverage as well. I'll be back.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Come listen to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show. Live on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Pacific on the SHR Media Rumble channel, SHR Media YouTube channel, X, Twitch, Spreaker, and wherever great conservative podcasts are found. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, guides you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Raised as a free-range child with dirt, stains, mud, and freedom, BZ broadcasts from North Idaho, comfortably surrounded by actual normal people. Jump into our plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room on rumble.com. Click on live chat to join. Now, with 37% more umbrage and 19% more bulbosity than previous shows, featuring delicious Liberty additives for the best in late-night conservatarian talk radio. BZ reminds you that with great beard comes great responsibility. No chinchillas were harmed, embarrassed, fat-shamed, or the focus of any sarcasm whatsoever in the making of this ad.
Hello, I'm Matt, a student at Hillsdale College. Here's Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the continuing relevance of the Constitution.
Many argue today that the Constitution is outdated because it addresses problems peculiar to the 18th century. Some parts of the Constitution do read rather quaintly. Consider the injunction against titles of nobility in Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. But is that so outdated? The purpose of the injunction is to prevent the government granting special privileges to some for partisan reasons. This strikes at the heart of the rule of law. The crony capitalism so common today is a place where the government bestows favors and tax dollars on some businesses to give them a leg up over others. This is exactly the kind of thing the Constitution was meant to prohibit. The Constitution is not so outdated after all.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To join the national conversation on the Constitution, go to constitutionminute.com.
Hey fellas, are you mission ready? Coming in November to SHR Media. By way of Big E Jackson, you need to check out Mission Ready Men. It's a show that equips you to navigate our society's challenges from a biblical perspective with courage and conviction. Tune into Mission Ready Men as we examine our culture through the prism of biblical truths, teachings, and how to apply them in our daily lives. Prepare to step up, stand out, and step into your role as a man, as ordained by God. That's Mission Ready Men, hosted by Earl Jackson, coming this November on the SHR Media Network. And get mission ready.
Want to make an immediate difference in the life of a critically ill child? You have the ability to do that right now. Make a donation to Dream Makers for Life, the organization that restores dreams to seriously ill children and their families. You can sponsor a dream pack for a child, which contains a clear PVC backpack, a dry erase board adventure coloring book, a journal, and dry erase markers to inspire a critically ill child to envision a future adventure and hope. Want to become a dream maker for life yourself? Go to dreamforlife.org. That's dreamforlife.org. Help a child. Help a family. There is always hope.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm back. The first half hour is gone. It's done. I'm monitoring the Palisades fire in Southern California. 30,000 people are affected right now by the Palisades fire. It's burned over 2,900 acres. Let me see if I can get back to this. And now there's another fire. Let's go to the live. I'm not going to play it because the audio will get me in trouble if I simulcast audio that I really shouldn't be simulcasting. Now it's gone over to the Eaton fire, 200 acres and growing. Brush fires erupting all in Southern California, 30,000 people affected. And as I indicated earlier, here's, let me see, Palisades fire. Right here, as I'm circling it. So it seems to be going all sorts of places. The Summit, Topanga State Park, and then it went down to, let me see if I can find it. It went down to the Getty Museum. And now the town of Pacific Palisades itself is right here. And then it is also threatening. Let me back up here. Here's the Getty Villa right here. And that's what it looks like. That is burning or has burned. And here is, let's move it here a little bit. And here's the town of Santa Monica. This is being affected. Now they're evacuating Santa Monica. Santa Monica State Beach. Beautiful area down here. Very nice. And the fire is apparently going south and then burning everything that it can and heading to and into Santa Monica. So I will continue to be monitoring that during the show. Again, thanks to everybody for being here tonight. I see that we have 28 people watching live right now. That's just in, I think that's just in YouTube right now. Unleashed Jeremy Hansen is in chat. Thank you for being here in chat tonight. I grandly appreciate it. Now, I told you that I would find out more information, let's see, about this story about where commercial aircraft in the United States are serviced. And I couldn't get into the story itself because I didn't feel like subscribing to Vanity Fair. But in the interim, I went and discovered that these are the salient points of that article. And this is a direct quote from that article. You just need to be aware. Be aware of all your surroundings, be it in code, whether you're in code yellow or code orange. Just be aware. Forewarned is forearmed. This is a quote from the article from Vanity Fair about who maintains U.S. commercial aircraft. The mechanics who take the planes apart completely and put them back together, or almost, may not even be able to read or speak English. U.S. Airways and Southwest fly planes to a maintenance facility in El Salvador. Delta sends planes to Mexico. United uses a shop in China. American Airlines still does much of its most intensive maintenance in-house in the U.S., but that is likely to change in the aftermath of the company's merger with U.S. Airways. I'm asking, just be aware of these things. And we had a little tete-a-tete about what happened with the CIA. I illustrated that story for you. I also indicated that due to our largesse with Ukraine, it will take us roughly 18 years for us to garner back a sufficient amount of our own weapons. But in the meantime, you can be guaranteed that, hey, this will be a windfall for defense manufacturers as well, since we've managed to essentially give it all away. And now, here's what I recommend. There's a gentleman by the name of Gordon Chang. He is a specialist on China. He lived in China for an extensive period of time. He's a professor, he's an attorney, and an expert on China and what China does. He's also written any number of books. And essentially what Gordon Chang is saying that, wake up, China is in the process of making moves on Taiwan. Now, let's discuss China here just for a second. I told you at the beginning of the story, or the beginning of the show, that I have a lot of happy stories for you. I do. It's not all bad. I wanted to make sure that I covered the fire. I wanted to make sure that I covered the story about commercial aircraft. But we also have to make sure that we are aware of the surroundings and what we're facing for 2025. What we are facing, what you and I are facing, and what President Trump is facing at 2025. By the way, if you haven't seen it, here's my brand new Cyberdyne Systems Skynet shirt, which should be require awareness for all. I believe, and that's why I say this show consists of my opinions. And it's up to you as to decide whether I'm full of crap and be a good consumer of news. You discard what you don't like and you continue listening. As I warn you at the beginning, this show I sense is going to be a little bit harder as 2025 moves on, because I don't think we're going to be in for just an ass ton of happiness during 2025. It's going to be pushback city 100% of the time. And since I'm thinking about that, let me do this right now. Now, we didn't see anything heinous on January 6th. The only thing heinous that we saw is that Kamala Harris had to suck it up. And as she was doing so, that particular gentleman had a bit of a smirk. I have no idea why. But we didn't see any activity on January 6th. Don't think that it's not coming on the behalf of leftists. January 20th, they're already soliciting for this National Day of Action for Workers' Rights. We can defeat Trump's extreme right billionaire agenda because everything went so well under Biden. So Inauguration Day, you know that's coming. That'll likely be in D.C. and all the rest of the major leftist urban rat cages throughout the United Snakes of America. So here they have already said, yes, we're going to come together in D.C. and in cities and towns across the country in a big mobilization against Trump and against the Trump agenda. Forgetting, of course, that, elections, as we were warned by Barack Hussein Obama, elections have consequences. And he rubbed that into us. Thanks, Barack. Appreciate it. The reverse is true as well. So you can bet that all throughout the boneyard land, in various leftist urban rat cages, in blue states, there will be a bit of a harumph coming January 20th. And look, what a surprise as to the people that are going to be involved. The People's Forum, Palestinian Youth Movement, Answer, Palestinian Community, Socialism, Liberation, Labor, Black Men Build, Democrat Socialists of America, Jill Stein, Artists Against Apartheid, Bangladeshi Americans for Political Progress, Code Pink. Imagine that. Los Angeles Tenants Union, Palestinian Feminist Collective. Because after all, in Palestine, in the Middle East, the Palestinians, and particularly Muslims in the Middle East, are opening their arms wide and saying, all you LGBT people, come one, come all. And by the way, since you're coming one and all, make sure you step up to our top, the top of our buildings, because that's where you're going to get the biggest, finest views. Well, let's go back to China. And essentially, Gordon Chang has said they're building up. And it should be plainly evident to you what's going on. In my humble opinion, listen to me or not, Communist China is gearing up for an assault on Taiwan. It is destroying U.S. infrastructure. It is running drones. There is an individual who I speak to regarding Intel. And I was going to do my drone show. Now I'm going to have to revamp it because information indicates that these are Chinese drones. China already ran a weather balloon from Alaska through Canada down to the lower 48 in order to ensure that it flew over very important military installations. China is in our telecoms. China has sleeper cells in place. It has tentacles in our grid. We have essentially, for the past 4 years, left ourselves defenseless, courtesy of the Biden regime. If China takes Taiwan, again, think downstream, they take the number one producer of computer chips. What runs on computer chips these days besides everything? So if you want to be beholden to China, and let's say that there's no military intervention, they just take Taiwan back, as they say. That wouldn't have an impact upon us, would it? Everything that everyone manufactures. Speaking of manufacturing, China has manufactured the cutting of an undersea cable to Taiwan. BZ? This seems kind of suspicious. How could this have occurred? Well, it was a Chinese-owned ship damaging the undersea cable to Taiwan. They're saying it's a hybrid warfare game, like Russia, like Mother Russia, moose and squirrel. So last week on Undersea Cable, to Taiwan was cut by the suspected ship, which is owned by a Chinese business guy. Taiwan's Coast Guard approached the ship, inspected it from the outside, but wasn't able to board because of bad weather. They had to let the ship continue to its destination, a port in South Korea. Taiwan has apparently acquired evidence that the ship was involved based upon its location and the location of the damage. So this is China attempting to distance itself as best it can. But, I mean, China, come on, they're good guys. They're called they're labeled communist China because that's so oppressive. Why don't we just call them the people who wear red? I'm wearing red. Am I a bad guy? Am I a communist? I don't think so. So why get all hot and bothered over communist China? Well, there really isn't any reason to do that. Well, it's not like they had this free idea first, because if you recall, late in December, 3 underwater... wait, are you trying to say, BZ, that China didn't have an original thought in its head? How sad. How very sad. Here's an article, 3 underwater cables severed between Finland and Estonia, and a Russian Shadow Fleet tanker was detained. So these cables running along the seabed of the Gulf of Finland and connecting Finland with Estonia have been damaged. Well, that might be a Russian actor involved in that. My guess would be not necessarily the Chinese, but hey, it's a nice idea. And China decided that they were going to adopt it. And of course, China has said, we had nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing. Now, do I have any further information about China? Here's something odd. Alejandro Mayorkas said that the hack was a very sophisticated hack. Wait, BC, what are you talking about? What hack? A sweeping Chinese hack of U.S. telecoms is still going on. The Homeland Security Mayorkas dude has said. Now, you can believe Mayorkas. You can consider him the proverbial stopped clock, if you wish. But occasionally, clocks twice a day are correct. Every once in a while, I surmise that Mayorkas may be telling the truth every once in a while. But again, as a consumer of news, as an adult, as you watch my show and listen, caveat emptor, don't be stupid. Vet things. There's something called the internet, and look for yourself. That's what the lack of censorship does. It allows you to go forth and look and find things. I can tell you another thing for a fact. Now, it's not just, for example, China that happens to be in our telecoms. I try to be an equal information provider as best I can. And some of that information indicates, as I have very good information, that the NSA has been inside our telecoms for decades. There is a reason that the NSA decided to leave essentially Fort Detrick, Maryland, and expand into a western state to build an entire multi-hundreds of thousand square foot building with all the latest cray confusers possible, massive server farms, because as the people who believe in Q say, they have it all. Well, first I should tell you, Q is bullshit. Q doesn't have it all. If they would have saved numerous lives, numerous deaths, numerous amounts of contretemps, hate and discontent. And Q is full of crap. No one has it all. except the NSA. Which is why when you hear someone, like the FBI, about the bomber say, we don't know anything about that. That's how you know they're lying. Their lips are moving predominantly. And this is not a day to scourge the FBI. They're doing it quite sufficiently by themselves. Let's continue looking at China and why it is that I'm getting indications and believe that China is getting set up. Because the Chinese aren't stupid. Say what you will about Xi Jinping, but they're rather intelligent creatures, and they plan ahead, and they think globally, and they move globally. Here's an article, sleeper cells likely within our energy grid, as I said, warns Senator King. Experts concur with concern that Russia and China have already infiltrated America's energy grid. Now, if you've been watching my show, particularly when NCX Group advisor and my cybersecurity expert, Mike Fitzpatrick, has been on the show, he has told you any number of times that businesses and utilities, including the government as well, that's the security you're paying for, folks, generally have shit cybersecurity. And it's very easy, as he illustrated about 2 weeks ago, that you don't just have to, you don't just hack, say, a server. You can walk in through the door, look official, walk fast, carry a clipboard, and get into the servers themselves, as he has done any number of times. So what I'm doing is illustrating for you that there is information to indicate that all of this is accurate and all of this is true. And we poo-poo this at our own, it's certainly not to our benefit to ignore all of these things. These are called clues. Even Newsweek has said, is China sneaking military personnel into the U.S. via the border? That's Newsweek, actually showing some curiosity. How bizarre. Now, what do we know about Chinese? There have been Chinese, what I call whams, coming across the border from the south. My guess would be they're certainly coming across the border from the north as well. There was a time when Canada opened its arms and said, Chinese investors and Chinese themselves, come on into Canada. With this very important caveat, you have to bring with you a minimum of $10,000 or you're not going to get into Canada. Can you imagine the clutching of the heart that would occur had the United States said something similar? By the way, refugees, etc., persons from China and any other country, if you want to come into the United States of America, you can do that. Just bring a minimum of $10,000 and you can come right in. Oh, and bring some merit. We like meritocracy as well. Bring some education. But instead, apparently, China is bringing whams. China is bringing war-age males, as are any number of persons through our non-existent border. The fence of which the Biden regime decided that they were going to give away and sell off. And they've been doing their level best to make sure that they shit in the Trump punch bowl as much as possible. Releasing terrorists, 8,000 people released, murderers taken off of death row. Those are great ideas. Great ideas. Why didn't I think of that? So then, this is continuing, indicating that it seems that China has machinations on doing something not necessarily really kind to the United States. Here's another story. I can't possibly understand the motivation for this. Map shows Chinese-owned farmland next to 19 U.S. military bases in an alarming threat to the national security, U.S. national security, so say experts. This is from MSN. Well, let's look at this. Here's what they're pointing to. The red are the farms. There are the bases that are clearly delineated. Isn't that weird that all those farms, and come on, folks, don't be stupid. Take off your tinfoil hat. That's mere coinkydink that all this is occurring right now, simultaneously. Wright-Patterson, Maine, Missouri, Whiteman, Dugway Proving Ground. If you want to gas sheep, you can get some of the finest gas for sheep at Dugway, which also is considered to be today's Area 52 because so many people are watching Area 51 right now. But don't worry your pretty little heads that China is having any designs on the United States. Obviously, they're certainly not. There's no evidence to indicate that. Wake up. God, you guys, talk about conspiracy theorists. Just get that out of your head. What about this, BZ? Anyone remember back in 2023, kind of midpoint last year, a secret medical lab in California was found to be packed with bad pathogens, kept in this warehouse under egregious circumstances and conditions, which happened to be owned by a Chinese medical company registered in Nevada, run by a Chinese guy. And the only reason it was discovered is because a Fresno County individual was looking and doing checks, her job, I believe, over health and licensing, and came across this place. This is from USA Today. Fairly shocking. Secret medical lab in California stored bioengineered mice laden with COVID. Well, that was in Reedley, and it was unlicensed, and it was run by China. They never had a business license. The city was completely unaware that they were in this building operating under the cover of night. So that was Fresno County Public Health. And they launched an investigation into it after a code enforcement officer for Fresno County saw a garden hose attached to a building that was thought to be vacant. And they had no business license. What they discovered is that there was COVID-19 contained within. I don't know if they're going to cover it here, but there was Ebola in there. There was Marburg. The CDC said they detected at least 20 infectious agents. But come on, BZ, get real. Nothing like that indicates that it has anything to do with China. Now, let me give you a bit of an illustration. Oh, shoot, it's the top of the hour. I'm going to have to take the top of the hour break, but that's okay. Because when I come back, I have a very interesting little tete-a-tete to play for you with Pete Hegseth, who is up for SecDef, and as opposed to Lloyd Austin, who's a piece of trash, and Mark Milley, who was a treasonous piece of trash. And I guess you could put Lloyd Austin in that too, because Lloyd Austin was Milley's boss. Let's hear from Pete Hegseth when we come back. In the meantime, I'm BZ. You're in the saloon. Thanks for being here.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Hey, it's Sean from the Edge of Liberty. Join me right here on the SHR Media Network every Monday and Friday, 12 on the Pacific, 3 on the East Coast. On this show, we'll discuss news, politics, the government, how cranky we are about the government, and more. If you want to hear hard talk, good interviews, sarcasm, bad jokes, And oh God, that really is me in a nutshell. Either way, check me out right here on the Edge of Liberty every Monday and Friday, 12 Pacific, 3 on the East, on the SHR Media Network.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government requires freedom, just as freedom requires an individual willingness to self-govern. Freedom has made America exceptional, but it can only last as long as you and I seek the good, as expressed by the laws of nature and nature's God. It can only last if you and I choose to act as people of character. Forging character has been the pursuit of Hillsdale College since 1844.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? Then check out Seven Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with Seven Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com. 7armors.com. Faithful, vigilant, steadfast, passion.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm back. This is the beginning of hour 2. Not just my 2, but our 2. Ours, yours, mine, and ours. Thanks for being here tonight. There are 50 people watching live, and I grandly appreciate that. Thank you ever so kindly. And I'm looking at Rumble. There are folks watching on Rumble. They're not interacting so much on chat, but for those that are interacting on chat, I greatly appreciate it. Share the show, jump into the live chat room, and I also want to indicate that if you guys wish, the phone lines are open now. If you want to call in, weigh in about any thoughts, anything like that, there's the number down below. I put it also in the comment section of, I think, the YouTube chat. If somebody would confirm for me that I'm in chat, I think I'm in the YouTube chat, because I'm a techno dope, an idiot, a techno Luddite. I can't monitor more than 2 chat rooms at a time, and I like to, if I can, try to direct everybody to either YouTube chat or to the Rumble chat. In any event, thanks for being here. I grandly appreciate it. The brush fires that are in Los Angeles, I'm watching that. There are huge mass evacuations. 30,000 people are affected. That is still continuing, and the fire, I believe, is going to expand. It's going to continue. Won't be a good night. Won't be a good day. That sort of thing. I told you that I wanted to play a section, and there we go. 50 people watching right now. Thanks for taking the time out of your busy night, because it's a late night show. In any event, I want to, this is one of the reasons that I like Pete Hegseth. The dude is practical. And if there's somebody that emphasizes, I think, would emphasize cleaning up the VA, which is something, as far as I can tell, from as many people as possible, it seems as though our military folks are of 2 minds about the VA. Some have said, well, it's been okay. And some have said, I've never been so disgusted in my entire life. There doesn't seem to be much that's in the middle. I hope Pete Hegseth would help to clean that up, because he's been there. He's done that. And he's not 75 different levels away from the American soldier and the American working man and woman who defend this country. Let's listen to Pete.
The Pentagon is in the book, the exact amount of years, but in the past X number of years, 10, 12, 15, the Pentagon has a perfect record in all of its war games against China. We lose every time inside the Pentagon war games. We know what our real capability. You see, we didn't even get to this part of the war on warriors. I mean, the military-industrial complex, the way we procure weapon systems. We're always, the way our system works, the way our bureaucratic system works, where the speed of weapons procurement works, we're always a decade behind in fighting the last war. Whereas China, we have, what did Rumsfeld say? You go to the war, the army you have. We have the army. China's building an army specifically dedicated to defeating the United States of America. That is their strategic outset. Take hypersonic missiles. So if our whole power projection platform is aircraft carriers and the ability to project power that way strategically around the globe. And yeah, we have a nuclear triad and all of that, but a big part of it. And if, 15 hypersonic missiles can take out our 10 aircraft carriers in the first 20 minutes of a conflict, what does that look like?
Yeah.
I mean, and when if they've already got us by the balls economically, which you pointed out very well, with our grid, culturally, there's plenty of elite capture going on around the globe. I mean, and then microchips and everything. Why do they want Taiwan? They want to corner the market completely on the technological future. We can't even drive our cars without the stuff we need out of China these days. I mean, they have a full spectrum, long-term view of not just regional, but global domination. And we have our heads up our asses.
Yeah. That's true. They think 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 steps down the road. Sooner or later, and I believe it's going to be sooner, we're going to come into some kind of a conflagration with China and a host of other nations as well, to include North Korea, Iran, all the various bad actors in the Middle East. You can name them: Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, etc. Speaking of bad actors, I came across this, and I wanted to make everybody happy, to let everybody know that at least if there's one guy that you can count on for amazing perspicacity and verity and veritas, truthfulness, it's Adam Schiff. This guy is packed to the gills, top to bottom, with truthfulness.
Historically, peacefully transfer power is a real solemn occasion, I think, for the whole country. But it has another meaning now that we had this terrible, violent attack 4 years ago. For those of us that were there in the Capitol, it's going to be, I think, quite an emotional experience to be back in that environment on that day. I invited Daniel Hodges, one of the Metropolitan Police officers who was being crushed in that revolving door, to remind people of what that day was really like, given all the revisionist history around it. But if the president goes forward with pardoning vast numbers of people involved in that violence, he will begin his new administration the way he ended his last administration, and that is by celebrating violence against our democracy. I think that would be a terrible start, send a terrible message about our democracy, about lawlessness, about people who attacked police officers. It'd be exactly the wrong message and the wrong way to start out an administration. Historic.
So that's Adam Schiff. Now, do you remember Adam Schiff? Do you remember Adam said again and again and again and again, I have information and I have evidence, clear evidence, that Donald John Trump, OMB, Orange Man Bad, the guy with the dead orange cat on his head, is in collusion with Russia. I possess the evidence. And then when people said, okay, present it, he had no evidence. There was no evidence to present. And as I've said before, January 6th, okay, if you went through the doors into the Capitol, you were wrong. And it turns out it's a misdemeanor. There are still people on J6 who have been secreted in all around the United States into 80 different facilities, buried so that they cannot be found by their families. And there are those who 4 years later have not even had their court date. So apparently, people who read Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago, are replicating it as well as they possibly can these days. Yay, you. But in the meantime, in 2020, comparatively speaking to J6, whom some on the left compared it to Pearl Harbor and to 9/11. You assholes have no idea, comparatively speaking, because you have no facts. 25 to 30 people died during 2020 because of the leftist riots. All the rioters were allowed to not wear masks, although they were all gathered together, and you and I had our rights stamped on, lost our businesses, lost our children, lost our schools, lost our families, lost our loved ones, couldn't see them. And yet all the rioters, no problem. Billions of dollars destroyed in personal, commercial, and government property. Thousands of law enforcement officers injured. Move on. Come on. Move on. Nothing to see here. Absolutely nothing. Wow. An hour and 13 minutes, and I still haven't even gotten to the happy stories yet. There are happy stories. I swear it. But first, I think, let's see if I can find it. What we're going to do, where is it? Let's do this.
Alleviating Zeppelin's HeyJackass.com Chicago Death Toll Update. Courtesy of Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
Well, that's an old one because I couldn't find the new one. I didn't have it lined up appropriately. But in any event, go to HeyJackass.com, HeyJackass.com, illustrating Chicago values. Chicago, the city of big shoulders, because, you know, crime is down all across the United States. It's down everywhere except for the places where it's not down. One of those would, oddly enough, be Chicago. So, courtesy of HeyJackass.com, and I think it's Brandon Johnson, who is the new mayor in Chicago. So, January to date, shot and killed 8, shot and wounded 30, total shot 38, total homicides 10. Week in progress, January 5th through January 11th, shot and killed 1, shot and wounded 7, total shot 8, total homicides 2. Final 2024 totals versus versus 2023. Shot and killed 539. That's down 7%. Hey. Shot and wounded only 2,444 people. That's down 2%. Total shot 2,983 people for 2024. That's down 3%. And total homicides, 611 in the loving city of Chicago. That is 6%, down 6%. Hey, Chicago, way to go. Very nice. So essentially what that means is a person is shot every 2 minutes and 57 seconds in Chicago, and a person is murdered every 14 minutes and 23 seconds in Chicago. It's our kind of town.
Alleviating Zeppelin's HeyJackass.com Chicago Death Toll Update. Courtesy of Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
And while we're talking about it, let's do this. I told you we were going to get here. Well, now we're finally here.
It's time for happy stories and good times.
Here's a happy story. This is from Jonathan Turley, one of the few actual journalists left in America. Anyway, as I said, by the way, folks, as you can see down below, if you're interested in calling the lines, the lines of the phone for the phones lines are 916-835-3329, 916-835-3329. Here's a happy story. Jake Tapper and CNN lose major motions in defamation case by Navy veteran. So Navy veteran Zachary Young has a suit against CNN and Jake Tapper. Young has been doing pretty well in court. He won an additional major issue against CNN. In a pair of orders, the jury will be allowed to award punitive damages, and his experts are going to be allowed to be heard by the jury on the damages in the case. It has also found the Navy veteran was not a public figure and thus not subject to the higher standard of proof associated with that status. And the punitive damages decision is particularly interesting legally. It could prove financially onerous for CNN, which, by the way, I think I told you this before. I have a channel that I've been promoting. It's called the Parakeet Training Channel. And already I have more viewers than CNN and MSNBC combined. So as far as that's concerned, yay me. This may or may not be a happy story. This is from livescience.com. Superfast diamond-laced computer chips are now closer to reality thanks to the quantum breakthrough. So scientists are touting quantum computing, which is supposedly, that is the final break into computers that are almost beyond human ken. So if you're a big believer in AI, then you would want to know that quantum computing is coming down the line. However, quantum computing and AI have their own massive issues by themselves, and that's why I'm saying, you know what, this may or may not be a great story, a happy story, but it's, if you believe in computing, that we're inching closer to true quantum computers, then for you, this would be a good story. Now, here's an interesting story. The ATF is, technically, it's the BATFE. It's called the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Now, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I was the departmental range master for 3,000 plus deputies in a lovely sheriff's department in the state of California, always spell it with a K. And I was in charge of all the things that went bangity boom and boomity bang. I ended up going through an EOD class because I decided that I wanted to get into EOD. And I went to the Redstone Arsenal, whether it's called Redstone anymore, I don't know. But the ATF primarily are in charge. It's put on by the U.S. Army. Very interesting course. If you like shit that blows up, and I certainly did. Lugging around a 95 plus pound suit with your fingers exposed as you manipulate bombs was not something that I thought was a wonderful life extending idea. So I didn't particularly follow up with that. But the training was sure cool as fuck. Anyway, this is a happy story. Lauren Boebert in Colorado introduced legislation to abolish the ATF because they create regulations on their own. I mean, who needs Congress when you have an ATF, right? Now, this is a happy story in terms of I am a huge Second Amendment and First Amendment and Bill of Rights proponent, and I have been so for a long time. And of course, I may be silly, stupid, and I am fattening, but I'm not an idiot, so I know that pretty much this is not going to occur, but it is fun to think about in any event. This is purely 100% illustrative. By the way, I've passed 61 people watching live right now, so to everybody who is watching live at this point, for the old fat guy who is hairy and is wearing his Skynet t-shirt tonight, thank you very much for being here and watching. Now, the Laken-Riley Act passed the House. 48 Democrats decided that they were going to vote for it, and every Republican. So the bill does more than just this. Now, the subheadline says bill would require feds to detain illegal immigrants found guilty of theft-related crimes. Okay. But the thing, well, the bill was named after Laken-Riley. She was a nursing student who was killed by an illegal invader, and she was jogging on the U of G University of Georgia campus, and she was killed. So this bill would require federal immigration authorities, ICE, etc., to detain illegal immigrants guilty of theft-related crimes. And it would also, this is also muy cool about this. Maybe a little caliente, but muy cool. It would also allow states to sue the Department of Homeland Security for harm caused to their citizens because of illegal immigration. I thought that was a very good idea. Funny thing is that all the rest of the Democrats were not interested in that. They were not interested in securing the United States border. To me, that bespeaks volumes about the current state of the Democrat Party. And we're going to be talking about that. Would you feature? Could you ever feature? Now, I'm sure that all of us who have been on Facebook for quite some time, we've all been expunged and scourged, and we've had the shirts ripped off of our backs by Facebook, and big branches like Deus Vult, and we've been beaten on the backs like a bad slave by Facebook because we deigned to write things that it turned out were dun dun dun. Wait a minute. I have a producer somewhere. Okay. When I say this, Mr. Producer, if you would play it, okay? And they said things that we were suspended for, right? Mr. Producer, please help me. Thank you. Ever so responsive. Anyway, this is the Trump effect. This is what's happening right now. Here's Mark Zuckerberg, Mr. Billionaire, who has gone and prostrated himself at the feet of Orange Man Bad in Mar-a-Lago. And he's come around. He's been a good boy. Well, he's been a bad boy, but he's going to be a good boy now. Mark, hello, take it.
Hey, everyone.
Hi.
I want to talk about something important today.
Okay.
Because it's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook and Instagram.
Really?
I started building social media to give people a voice. I gave a speech at Georgetown 5 years ago about the importance of protecting free expression, and I still believe this today. But a lot has happened over the last several years. There's been widespread debate about potential harms from online content. Governments and legacy media have pushed to censor more and more. A lot of this is...
Oh, but that censorship wouldn't have anything to do, would it? See, this is, note, please, if you would, the weasel words. And this weasel, billionaire weasel, has been dragged kicking and screaming into not just prostrating himself, but he's now experiencing the Trump effect in the Trump zone. Guaranteed, had it been Joe Biden or Cammie Cackler who had won the election, this shit would not be coming out of his mouth right now.
This is clearly political. But there's also a lot of legitimately bad stuff out there. Drugs, terrorism, child exploitation. These are things that we take very seriously, and I want to make sure that we handle responsibly.
He said child exploitation. Hey, BC, you wouldn't have information coming up about that later, just a little bit later, in terms of the good stories and the things that we're coming to realize. You wouldn't have anything like that, would you? I sure as hell would.
Responsibly. So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people.
No.
And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship.
Okay. Hands for the people who have been censored or suspended from Facebook or have had their accounts completely eliminated, because I had mine completely eliminated by Twitter back when it was Twitter, because I wrote about illegal invaders in Martha's Vineyard. And then I was suspended by Facebook when I told the truth about the Biden laptop. Well, social media, BZ, they don't censor you or me or anybody else, right?
The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing.
Oh, he admits it's about the elections. Hashtag Obama elections have consequences.
Speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
Okay.
More specifically,
question for everybody. Do you believe that? He's going to go on. He's going to talk more. But do you believe him at this point right now? Continue.
Here's what we're going to do.
Okay, what?
First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes similar to X, starting in the US.
Okay, stop right now, by the way. Folks, this is kind of cool. Were you aware how many fact checkers there were under the employ of Facebook? Bueller? Anybody care to weigh in? 100. There were 100 fact checkers, which is 99.9% too many. Would you say 100? How about 1,000? Oh my God, what are 1,000 fact checkers going to do besides, hold leftist norms, mores, and values, which they don't have norms, mores, and values, but that's a story for another day. 10,000. 10,000 fact checkers. That's what they had. They had 10,000 fact checkers. And I fact checked that myself. And I was found to be a lying sack of shit because that's false. They didn't have 10,000 fact checkers. They had 40,000 fact checkers on Facebook.
After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy. We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased.
Okay. Now, very important, muy importante to make this point right now. Now, let me kick Zucky to the side just for a second. You guys do know the difference between, now he said misinformation, meaning the essential definition of misinformation is, we made a mistake. Damn it. I'm so sorry. I was wrong about that. But mea culpa, mea culpa, mega culpa. That was me. It was on me. I just made a mistake. That wasn't the information that I was looking for. And apparently it wasn't the information that you're looking for. It was just, it's a mistake. It's not a lie. It's misinformation. And then, now that's how he typifies this as misinformation. Then there's disinformation. And disinformation is information that is created out of whole cloth, nothingness, essentially, to purposely and intentionally mislead. So as we listen to the rest of the show, please keep your mind, my mind, in mind, and differentiate between misinformation, or maybe misinformation. Oh, did I get the genders right or wrong? And disinformation.
And have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system. Second, we're going to simplify our content policies and get rid of a bunch of restrictions on topics like immigration and gender that are just out of touch with mainstream discourse. What started as a movement to...
Okay, go to Facebook and see if you can write the word tranny. Leave it loose. Maybe you're referring to a car part. Go ahead and see if that works.
Be more inclusive.
Stop. I have 71 people watching me live. Again, you bastards rock, and bastardettes. There could be some females in there too. So thanks for watching.
Increasingly been used to shut down opinions and shut out people with different ideas, and it's gone too far. So I want to make sure that people can share their beliefs and experiences on our platforms. Third, we're changing.
What? He's gone too far? Where's my button? Give me this. I need this. Why didn't I have that? Mr. Producer, I've asked you to leave this within hand's reach. So he said he's going to change. You guys believe that? I sure do.
Changing how we enforce our policies to reduce the mistakes that account for the vast majority of censorship on our platforms. We used to have filters that scanned for any policy violation. Now we're going to focus those filters on tackling illegal and high severity violations. And for lower severity violations, we're going to rely on someone reporting an issue before we take action. The problem is that the filters make mistakes and they take down a lot of content that they shouldn't. So by dialing them back, we're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platforms. We're also going to tune our content filters to require much higher confidence before taking down content. The reality is that this is a trade-off. It means we're going to catch less bad stuff, but we'll also reduce the number of innocent people's posts and accounts that we accidentally take down.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to intimate or hint or suggest that you're willing to give people a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, Zucky?
Fourth, we're bringing back civic content. For a while, the community asked to see less politics.
When were they interested in Honda? Their cars, a particular brand. Why limit it to just the Civic?
Because it was making people stressed. So we stopped recommending these posts. But it feels like we're in a new era now, and we're starting to get feedback that people want to see this content again. So we're going to start phasing this.
Wow, Zucky is getting into it. He's becoming really earnest now. Have you noticed? I mean, his eyes are focused directly on you right now. I mean, this guy is serious. That's the Zuckerberg serious look. And boy, I believe him. How about you?
Back into Facebook, Instagram, and Threads while working to keep the communities friendly and positive. Fifth, we're going to move our trust and safety and content moderation teams out of California, and our US-based content review is going to be based in Texas.
Okay, now I have heard this before, so playing this video is not new to me. I have a question for you guys. What does moving this to Texas, as opposed to being in California, always spelled with a K, what's that difference about? Because anybody that's been in, I don't know, San Francisco or any other leftist enclave up and down the state of California, always spell it with a K, know that if you, for example, if you take it and move all your shit to Austin, Austin is also a massive blue city, and it has more leftists per square inch than just about any other place in Texas. So you're exchanging a leftist enclave for another leftist enclave because...
As we work to promote free expression, I think that it will help us build trust to do this work in places where there is less concern about the bias of our teams.
Right. How come you haven't told us where you're doing it, Zucky?
Finally, we're going to work with President Trump to push back on governments around the world that are going after American companies.
There's the reason. There it is.
And pushing to censor more. The US has the strongest constitutional protections for free expression in the world.
Thank God.
Europe has an ever-increasing number of laws institutionalizing censorship and making it difficult to build anything innovative there. Latin American countries have secret courts that can order companies to quietly take things down.
They're called star chambers. We have them here in the US too.
China,
particularly in the state of New York, I should point out,
has censored our apps from even working in the country. The only way that we can push back on this global trend is with the support of the US government. And that's why it's been so difficult over the past 4 years when even the US government has pushed for censorship. By going after us and other American companies, it has emboldened other governments to go even further. But now we have the opportunity to restore free expression, and I am excited to take it. It'll take time to get this right, and these are complex systems. They're never going to be perfect. There's also a lot of illegal stuff that we still need to work very hard to remove. But the bottom line is that after years of having our content moderation work focus primarily on removing content, it is time to focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our systems, and getting back to our roots about giving people voice. I'm looking forward to this next chapter. Stay good out there, and more to come soon.
So, he's going to be on his yacht doing all of those things. He'll be having a wonderful time. That was Zucky. Why didn't I put him on stage? There he is. That's what he looks like, in case you happen to forget. But you didn't have to really see him because, do you believe him? How much do you believe him? 76 live views right now. Hey, my favorite guy. Let's talk to James Carville. And he was talking about NPR. Let's see. Is the volume up? Yeah, let's play James and see what he has to say to the former speakerette, the former binder in the Biden admin.
In the Marine Corps, there's three ways to lead: by example, and by example. And I think people like you, who have considerable experience in this,
Jen Psaki, that's her, in case you weren't aware who she is.
Spokesperson for the White House, by doing this, or maybe somebody like me, who people say, well, that guy's kind of been around a long time, maybe we should listen to him, is don't talk in that jargonistic language.
Okay, is there anybody besides me? Now, I can't not look at James Carville and think of the neck of a snapping turtle. Or is it just me?
If you remember during the 92 campaign when I said the economy's stupid, I was talking to all of the geniuses in the campaign. And I was telling them, who were all more educated and smarter than I was, don't be too smart here, okay? Let's just be authentic and to the point. So I think people like you and I can bring this home by example. And don't use that idiotic NPR jargon when you're talking to voters.
Oh, wait, I haven't done this yet. Jimmy with the LSU t-shirt. Nice. That's the first this show. Nice. Let's continue, Jim.
We got to de-academic. I mean, we love academics, but we got to make it less academic, less ivory tower. I'm here with you. I'm just like editing.
Dumbing it down.
I mean, all same. We got to keep working at it.
Yeah, that's James Carville. But hey, here's another happy story. Now, why does this fall under the purvey of happy stories? I got to tell you. And it's something like this. Some Democrats are starting to see and read the writing that was spray painted poorly on the wall. Jimmy kind of gets it. Bill Maher kind of gets it. John Cryer, not so much.
I think the whole country, even unless you're like stupid woke, I hope you're not, but it is Hollywood.
Somewhat stupid.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. The whole country was like, I mean, I think the biggest issue for the election, one of the biggest ones, was Democrats pointlessly, totally just punted on immigration. And like,
by the way, this the show that Bill Maher does, it's not his HBO show. It's another show where he sits and quaffs alcohol and talks to whomever. So generally on this show, which is kind of interesting, he's already a little bit toasty, and he becomes more so as the show progresses, kind of unique.
But anybody who wanted to walk in for 3.5 years did. And
Well, I think they would probably disagree. The people walking in probably felt like it was a little harder.
No, actually, there's a great 60 Minutes piece on it where the border, I mean, you don't get 8 million people here by making it difficult. But there's you see.
Oh, damn. He actually said like something commonsensical.
They're walking through and that water guys are just watching them do it. They're just watching them walk past. You never saw that?
I did not see that.
See, that doesn't get in the liberal media. That's the problem, is the bubbles we live in. I think I had it right. Like, that kind of stuff is what lost the election for the Democrats. It's in all.
If looks could kill, Johnny.
Be part of it? I don't know.
Here's Johnny.
No, I think a lot.
They have polling on it.
I think it's inflation. I think Americans hate inflation.
That certainly was
They hate
part of it.
inflation. They hate riots, and they hate black women.
They
and they hate trans people.
Okay. Racist table for one, please. John.
God, John, we're not
Dude,
gonna.
they just spent hundreds of millions
They
of dollars
don't hate
demonizing
black
trans people. And that's disgusting.
Yeah,
That
we
is-
shouldn't talk politics.
See, let me stop here for just a second and pull this off, because I feel a platform getting shoved underneath me right now. I play this because it's a happy story, and things are starting to change. I believe so, but not so much. The Democrats, to me, are not learning the lesson of elections have consequences. Barack Hussein Obama said that. And he's right. They absolutely do. On both sides of the aisle. And whatever door you open, you must expect that everyone on your side of the aisle and on the other side of the aisle, those persons are going to walk through as well. I am sorely not convinced, unconvinced that the Democrats, by and large, they get it. They don't get it. They're chewing gravel and breaking teeth right now.
Okay, we shouldn't. We shouldn't. Great. We don't have to.
You're asking too much often to rewrite, like, the idea that when someone is born, there is a default setting for humans, male and female. Not everyone is. Now, a real conservative would say, no, everyone is.
Okay, let me stop here just for a second. I see two interesting points in chat. Yid with Lid is in the Rumble chat, so welcome, Yid with Lid. Good to see you here. Yid said, is it true that Jimmy Carter is your all-time favorite president? And the answer is no. And one GPG1 says, loving your commentary. That's a brand new person in the Rumble chat. So one GPG1, so good to see you here. Welcome. Please come back any and every time that I have a show. Great. And also, Unleashed Jeremy Hansen, since, by the way, I'll get to this in just a moment. Jeremy Hansen said in chat, in the YouTube chat, I wonder if those people understand how politics plays a part in California wildfires. Here's what I believe we're going to find. And the California wildfires that he's talking about are these. There are now a series of wildfires in California. There's one in Eaton. 30,000 people are being evacuated. Santa Monica is being evacuated. These brush fires are erupting from the Santa Ana winds, and the Santa Ana winds come every year to Southern California. This is nothing new. I should do a show with a gentleman by the name of Chuck DeVore, who used to be in California, always spelled it with a K, and now lives in and works in Texas. And Jeremy Hansen says, it seems so simple to fix. In many ways, it is, but it will take concerted effort and money that California, always spelled it with a K, is uninterested in spending for prevention. There's so much. I lived up in the Sierra Nevada mountains for 23 years, 26, 27 years. And I know exactly what it's like to live in a forest environment. And anyway, the Eaton fire, 400 acres and growing. Santa Monica is being threatened. Here's the Palisades fire up here. Here's Santa Monica down here. The Santa Monica Pier. Santa Monica there. The Getty Villa, I believe, is gone now. So the fire continues. And thanks to everybody who is watching tonight. I have 82 people now that are watching live. And my continued thanks to you for that. We talked to Zuck. And we're continuing to talk with, or having Bill Maher talk to us with the lovely individual John Cryer.
I would never say that.
But
I think
there are chromosomal
yes, there's a
spectrums.
default.
There's
a default setting,
hermaphroditism.
but then there's a whole other section, and that's great, and we should protect.
Come on, 79 sexes, John Cryer, 79 sexes, go.
Those people, but don't pretend there isn't also a default setting. And you can't rewrite the world so that every baby is just a jump ball. Oh, it could be anything. No, if it's got a dick, it's probably a boy. And if it's
Probably.
not, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that in a compassionate way.
Well, yeah.
But we'll
Okay,
also
go
be-
back.
It's probably a boy. And if it's
Probably.
not, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that in a compassionate way.
Well, yeah.
But we'll also be
He disagreed with that. What?
we apprised of the idea that children don't know shit about anything. Yes, sometimes it is obvious, and we should address it that way. But I mean, kids, Christ almighty. I mean, the idea that I would, as a
Kids
child,
don't know
would
shit
have
about
had to
anything.
have dealt with something like this.
Well, again, the people that go through it don't say this is the life I want. No parent wants to be in the midst of those choices. It's terrifying.
Wrong. They do. Especially women, especially white women, especially white leftist women. Hello. Continue.
Days actually just do want to be trans.
I
It's
don't
cooler,
agree.
John.
I don't
it's
agree.
a thing.
Nope.
Oh,
I don't agree.
come on.
I don't agree with Bill Maher.
I know.
That's the name of the show tonight.
Well, your eyes are not open to that.
Okay.
I think.
Well,
really,
okay.
There are some kids.
Yeah.
Especially, why is it like so much more prevalent, like here than Indiana?
Well,
are they suppressing it there? Maybe a little.
Yeah, there's
but
a societal.
And what about the UK and the EU? They're coming around. They've decided that the chemical, physical, and mental butchery of children is bad, and they're backing off that in the EU, in the UK, of all crazy ass places.
But it's like left-handedism. Being left-handed was suppressed for for thousands of years amongst human beings. But
John Cryer, that's like apples and a turd sitting in a hubcap from a 1967 Volkswagen. Totally incongruent, dude. Wrong.
Once it was, apparently in the 30s, scientists basically said there's no left-handedness doesn't actually do anything bad.
Right.
Left-handedness shot up. People just stopped training themselves to be right-handed. And this has happened societally before. That's the closest analog that I can think of.
Okay. Again, that is why I don't believe that leftists get it. They don't grok that concept. Some are coming around. Most are not. John Cryer, not coming around. This is an interesting tete-a-tete. You know what? I may end up going into a little bit, folks, if you'll go along with me, I may end up going into a little bit of overtime tonight. Just a wee bit. I hope you don't mind. Because right now it's about... it's 9:49 on the far left coast Pacific, and it's 11:49 Central, and it's 12:49 Eastern. So you guys Eastern, man, you are staying up way late. And again, that's why I really appreciate you. 85 people watching live right now. Here's an interesting, I guess you could call this maybe an exit interview from Joe Manchin.
What do you think about the way that this Congress is ending?
I need more than this to get me through the rest of this Congress. This will be the worst performing Congress in the history of the United States of America. And it's all because the House cannot move. That one vote vacate, one person can threaten the speaker every time. And the only way you can remain speaker here is to do nothing, because you're going to make someone upset.
There are very fewer and fewer people like you in the Senate. I mean, is that...
Well, my colleagues would say, thank God.
Yes, they would, including some in your former party.
Oh, many of my former party.
Do you still consider yourself a Democrat?
I am not a Democrat in the form of what the Democratic Party has turned itself into, the national brand. Absolutely not. And they know that. They're all good people on both sides.
But what do you think is the reason for...
Oh, God, did he just say there are good people on both sides? Trump got skewered for that, dude.
You said you're not a Democrat. What caused Joe Manchin to divorce himself from the
Here's what
Democratic
I
Party?
told them. I said, you ought to figure out how you lost somebody like me. I was born as a Democrat because of my grandfather's love of FDR. I was a very strong Democrat because of my family's love of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. I came through the whole iteration. And then I was a Democrat in West Virginia, and it was always been a 75, 80% plurality of Democrats, registered Democrats. But there was a split. I was never in the liberal side of it. I was never in the establishment side. So I always had to fight my way through.
But what is the is it a shift on social issues?
Yeah, the brand got so bad. The D brand has been so maligned from the standpoint of it's toxic. And the D brand is basically this. I've told him, I said, first of all, as an American and as someone in Senate, and I'm going to take the Constitution, oath of the Constitution that I take very, 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 very seriously. I'm going to help every human being pursue the happiness life in their life, pursuit of happiness. I don't care who they are. I don't care what color. I don't care any of the things, who they love and know. Do it, and that's you. And I'm going to make sure you have the opportunity and right to live your life. Just don't make your life, if it might be on the extremes or in the minority, a few, make me believe that's the norm. Or make me and my family believe, or my children believe, or this or that. No, I will protect you. Just don't try to mainstream it. And the Democratic Party, the Washington Democrats, have tried to mainstream the extreme.
How would you describe what the Democratic?
Okay, I got to stop right there because I'm running out of time. Essentially, Joe Manchin later on in this is a 10-minute cut. And I got other things that I have to get to. Basically, he said that, as it indicates right there, the Democrat brand now is toxic. And I don't disagree with that at all. Here's another reason. Now, sometimes I've said this for quite some time. Frequently, Democrats and leftists are just fucking nuts. And I tried to explain it in some fashion, and I don't believe that I can adequately. This is another situation in which they're just fucking nuts. New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, ends basic reading and writing skills tests requirement for teachers. Because who wouldn't want a bunch of uneducated people having poor reading and writing skills teaching your child? Who possibly thinks this is a good idea? Answer, I'll be honest, some piece of shit, no brain leftist. You folks are getting skewered and hoisted on the petards of your own design. The only individuals who are responsible for your demise and your party being moribund is you. Nobody else. I'm not responsible. I'm just a little fat guy, a little old fat guy in a little old show. But it's stuff like that that makes people go, what the hell? Now, here's where we're going to continue with some happy stories that I'm going to have to kind of roll through a little bit faster than I would like to. Unless I decide that I'm going to go 15 minutes overtime or something like that. But what we're discovering is that 2025, November 5th, 2024, rolling over to 2025, is changing everything. Donald John Trump won. He won the Electoral College. He won the popular vote by a minimum of 5 million people. And at this point, the win was so big that you can't really do much about it, although I'm sure all the Democrats tried just as they did in 2020. I am a believer that election was stolen. Call me whatever the hell you want. I've been insulted by professionals. Leftists are not professionals. Couldn't give a shit what you think. You like my show or you don't. But hey, life is full. If you don't like me, go to Blue Sky and then threaten violence of everybody else, and then go be a racist with the rest of the other racists. So in 2025, Donald John Trump, OMB, won. Justin Trudeau just resigned, and he blamed everyone for everything except himself, of course. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer was revealed as a lover of Islamists and pedophiles. Nothing new, really. A guy named Nayib Bukele, who happens to be the 43rd president of El Salvador, got tough and cut crime by 95%. El Salvador, that's where all the gangs come from. and Javier Milei. He's the 59th president of Argentina. Anybody think about favelas? When you think of favela, do I have that name right? Favela? The slums that are in Brazil, I think they have favelas in Argentina as well. I don't know. I haven't been there. Not going to go there. Thank you very much. Anyway, Javier Milei created the first surplus in Argentina since 2008. By the way, dude knows how to rock a pair of sideburns. Okay? Just saying it. Masculinity is back. It's not toxic. It's mandatory. And strong men who love their countries are returning. Timing is everything. I've said it before all through my cop life. Oh my God, timing is everything. Because we're going to need tough men making tough decisions in tough times. And if the tough women want to come along, please, you bet your ass, we can use you too. Why? Because shit is about to get tougher. And I think there's no doubt that. Here's a happy story. Oh, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau decided that he's going to resign. This Canadian politician... Let me stop. Who's his biggest competitor? And I have a couple of videos lined up. 96 people watching live. Come on, break 100. Come on, you can do it. Break 100. Come on, 100 people watching live. Thanks for watching live. I appreciate it on a Tuesday, a late Tuesday night. This is a guy named Pierre Poilievre. I may have slaughtered my French. I didn't take much French. I can say "un, deux, trois." That's about it. And hopefully I'm pronouncing Pierre Poilievre's name. This is why I love this guy. This guy kind of reminds me of a Tom Homan who speaks very plainly, but he's not the gruff, tough Tom Homan kind of guy. But he'll kneecap your ass anyway.
This Canadian politician completely destroyed this woke interviewer with facts.
I wonder what message you're sending to Canadians, Mr. Poilievre, when you say you're all about
Poilievre? Yeah, apparently I screwed it up.
Taxing the tax. And in the same breath, you say you're not sure you're going to support a tax break at a time when they're struggling so badly.
Why are they struggling so badly? It's been 9 years that Trudeau's promised to make them better off. And here we are. You're right. They are struggling so badly. Food prices rising 37% faster in Canada than they have in the United States, just as the...
Really? Did you know that? I did not.
Carbon tax came in. Housing costs doubled. That was never the case before Justin Trudeau ran money printing and immigration out of control.
Okay, but wait. There's more after that. I love using that analogy, but wait, there's more. This one coming up next. This guy, again, kneecaps a journalist and is so easy and he's so casual doing it as well. Just eating, I don't know, whatever the hell he's eating and making an observation. This is the guy who ought to be, as far as I can suss out, the replacement for Justin Trudeau.
In terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that, right wing. I mean, it's that type of ideological thing.
Okay, with this guy, like a lot of other smart folks, you have to bring a brain if you're a journalist. You have to have some fundamental curiosity, which most journalistas today do not. Brainless, absolutely uncurious. Continue, Pierre.
I never really talk about left or right.
Anyways,
I don't really believe in that.
Okay. A lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Which people would say that?
But
what are you
also,
talking about? What page? What page? Can you give me a page? Give me the page. You keep
in
saying
terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this, why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense.
Oh, bada bing, bada boom. Okay, third time tonight. I love it. Again, but wait, there's more. I can pull this up here. Yeah, here we go. Again, this is a reporter talking to Pierre Poilievre, me screwing it up again, on Israel and his response. And here we go, Mr. Producer, pull it up, please, and go.
Yesterday, you said that you endorsed Israel proactively defending itself by hitting Iran's nuclear sites, which is something that President Joe Biden does not endorse. Do you not feel like this could lead to a likelihood of an all-out conventional war between Iran and Israel? And do you not agree with Joe Biden and his assessment?
I think the idea of allowing a genocidal, theocratic, unstable dictatorship that is desperate to avoid being overthrown by its own people to develop nuclear weapons is about the most dangerous and irresponsible thing that the world could ever allow. And if Israel were to stop that genocidal, theocratic, unstable government from acquiring nuclear weapons, it would be a gift by the Jewish state to humanity.
Sometimes if you're a journalist, you have to be aware of whom you're dealing with. And that's an instance where you'd best know something about that guy. Here's another video, because I found way more than I could play tonight. And okay. This is where you are tonight. I'm busy, and I haven't been a very good monitor of what's going on. You're listening to the SHR Media Network. You can go to shrmedia.com. These are all my various social media websites. This, by the way, is who I am. I am your conservative Sherpa. I am guiding you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, and chaos, and deceit, and betrayal. And this was done by Scotty Roberts. This is one of my favorite logos. I really appreciate this. And I really appreciate you guys for being here tonight. 110 people watching live. Thank you ever so kindly. So let's continue. This another journalist decides that, hey, I can take on Pierre.
The crime has already happened, or the alleged crime has already happened. So how can you attribute bail to this increase in crime and should there not be more supportive measures to prevent the crime in the first place? Wow. Being on bail, they've already allegedly committed the crime. So they're committing crimes on bail.
Aaron Dunn demanding change after his daughter was killed in an apparent random act of violence perpetrated by an alleged repeat offender who was on probation and released from custody days prior.
The alleged suspect should never have been on the street, walking around on the streets.
If the rules around bail were more strict in this country, Tory would still be around today.
Correct.
The problem is, I'll give you an example. In Vancouver, the same 40 offenders were arrested 6,000 times in a year.
Okay, stop. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, when I was in law enforcement and active, I was in patrol in the 80s and then in detectives in the 90s and promoted in early 2000 and ended up retiring as a sergeant in 2016. That's 41 or 42 years in law enforcement. We had back then what is called the 80-20 rule, and it's very simple. It goes like this. 20% of the individuals commit 80% of the crime. And we also had something known as Thug's Law. And Thug's Law has been It started with criminals, of course, because they are thugs, and it transmogrified over into the political world. And Thug's Law goes like this. Thug's Law is what's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine, unless you're strong enough to stop me. Now, any cop and any criminal can certainly understand that and the 80-20 law. Well, that translates, I speak leftist, so I will translate this for you. That means that leftists will do anything and everything that they can until they're stopped. Now, whether it's lawful or not is absolutely immaterial, because unless there's someone to stand up against them, either physically or legislatively or in a court, they will steamroller your ass, and they correspond to Thug's Law. Let's continue.
That's 150 arrests per offender per year. Why? Because they're arrested in the morning, then they're released on bail by noon. They reoffend, they're back in jail by 2 in the afternoon, and then they're released by the evening so that they can commit their final crime before they go to bed.
The failure of the system to not support people who have committed crimes, gone to jail, serve their sentence, you know, and then they're committing another crime. So is this not a failure of things like social services and support for people who have committed crimes?
What? Are you serious?
I'm asking you.
No, I mean, are you serious? Come on. You're telling me, no, excuse me, let me answer your question. Are you honestly saying that it's society's fault if a repeat violent offender commits 60 or 70 offenses? I think that criminal is to blame for his own actions.
And there's the massive difference between people who are conservatives and people who are leftists. You know, I used to hedge my words a while ago. I used to kind of bandy weasel words around, like, I'm not even sure I know the word. I just call them leftists, because there are no real middle of the road Democrats anymore. The word I'm thinking of is liberals. A classic liberal, I should play this the next show. A classic liberal is very much like a conservative if you truly know your terms. Most leftists don't. And also, I broke 100. 121 people are watching me live now. Thank you. On a Tuesday night, Eastern, where it's 1:09 in the morning, and people on the East Coast are still watching. Thank you for that.
He is personally responsible. We're not talking about some kid who made one mistake when he was 19. We're talking about people who do 60, 70 violent offenses. And then because they're criminals.
But why are they criminals?
Because they do crime.
And why do they do crime?
Because we let them out early on bail.
So because they
I think we've solved the riddle here.
And now you see why I like this guy.
Because they got let out early on bail.
That's right.
They then commit the crime.
That's right.
So
that's what all the experts agree is the cause of the crime.
So had they stayed in jail the whole time on bail in jail, not on bail as you say, they would then not commit crimes.
Because they'd be in jail, so they couldn't commit crimes.
And when they get out at the end of their sentence, they're crime free?
Well, we can't guarantee that, but what we can guarantee is the period when they're behind bars, they will not be able to do crime.
Okay, stop. Let me state the obvious. I think I've said this before, but this is a great illustration. When I was in the robbery detail in the 90s, I had a robbery series of a robber, who was going up and down this street called Marconi, and he was hitting businesses. And a very brilliant, bright attorney tried to keep me on the stand and hammered me because he didn't have anything to really hammer me with in terms of facts. But when you're an attorney, always be careful and know the answer to the question, because sometimes BZ thinks faster than you do. This is a jury trial, by the way. This wasn't a prelim or anything like that. There's a jury sitting on the box over there, and I got them all to laugh. That was always my goal. And I got them all to laugh because this attorney said, and by the way, Detective BZ, how is it that you know for sure that this crime series was committed by my client right here? And I said, well, that was relatively easy for me to suss out because when I arrested him, the crime series stopped. Always know the answer to the question, or what you think the answer to the question is going to be, before you are silly. So this is good. We can see Justin Trudeau is getting his butt kicked. Pierre may come in. Austrian far right. Now, this is again interesting how journalistas typify somebody who isn't a naked leftist. Austrian far right leader Kickel calls for honest politics in talks. So things are changing in Australia. Also, El Salvador, as I indicated, about 45 minutes or so. This president, El Salvadoran, has closed 2024 with a record low number of homicides. This guy is the president named Nayib Bukele. Said the number announced Wednesday by the small Central American country's Attorney General office made it the safest nation in the Western Hemisphere. In March 2022, El Salvador's notoriously powerful street gangs killed 62 people in a matter of hours. And so things are changing, and for the better, and for the people, things will get a little bit safer. Then there's this guy named Javier Milei, who happens to be in Argentina. And because he's kind of a right-leaning kind of guy, they have the first budgetary surplus in Argentina in 16 years. That's a happy story. France is getting bogged down. Excuse me, airball. Sorry, airball. I can't pronounce anyway, I can't pronounce his name very well. Then there's a Romanian presidential candidate named Călin Georgescu. And this is a cut from Newsmax. Take it away.
I want to go back to January 20th, 2016. Donald Trump had just shocked the world beating Hillary Clinton, and he was sworn into office for the first time, and Democrats were shocked. How did this happen? After that, our intelligence community worked up a sinister campaign to undermine Donald Trump, back-channeling a fake story with Hillary Clinton that Russia stole the election for Donald Trump and Russiagate was born.
Sure.
Millions of taxpayer dollars were wasted, and after 5 years of investigating, we were all told that it was a lie. Now imagine if we lived in a country where our nation's highest court overturned the results of Trump's win based on the lie that Russia stole the election. Imagine if that happened in 2016. I bring this up because something very similar just happened in Romania, a country that borders Ukraine to the south. Just like Donald Trump, Călin Georgescu, another populist candidate, came out of nowhere and won the country's presidential election in November, until the results of that election were annulled by the country's high court 5 days later, after claims that Russian TikTok campaigns swayed the election in Georgescu's favor. Basically, the courts stole it from Georgescu because they claim that Russia stole it for him. That didn't happen. A man similar to Trump in many ways, someone who is not beholden to NATO or the European Union and just wants his country, Romania, to succeed. He is accused of being pro-Russian. And just this week, a Romanian appeal.
And that's an attempt. We've seen this numerous times, and we will continue to see it. But it's the same old game. Now, I'm going to play something that I hope really pisses you off. There are 127 people watching live right now, and I am going to continue because I need to play some of these things so that you understand what's going on in the EU, not just here, but in the EU and how things are changing. I'm going to make a generalized prediction right now. I think Keir Starmer's days are numbered as prime minister. I can only hope so. I think I played this before. I know Sean Lewis played it before on Edge of Liberty. I want this to piss you off. Listen to the facts here as presented.
And at 2:30 in the morning, the next morning, a woman on the other side of Rotherham had picked up the phone and dialed 999 because she'd heard a young girl screaming in the house next door. Police had gone round to the house. They found this 13-year-old girl with another young girl. She was almost completely naked. She was blind drunk, and she was with 7 adult Pakistani men. She was drunk and leery. And South Yorkshire Police arrested the 13-year-old girl for being drunk and disorderly. They took her back to the station, put her in the cells, eventually charged her, and she was convicted. They didn't even question the men as to why they were in a house with a 13-year-old girl who was nearly naked in the early hours of the morning.
Because only every time I see that video, this is about the 4th time I've seen it. Every time I see that video, I have to ask myself, how is it that police officers can operate like that? My guess would be brainwashing, and or they've been threatened with their job, that if they don't correspond to these sorts of actions or inactions, they won't be having a job for much longer. Let's continue. Oh my God, no, BZ, not that evil Tommy Robinson. Grooming gangs, rape gangs, they don't exist in the UK. God, PZ, you are so nuts.
Already should have been a revolution in this country over the rape and prostitution, torture and murder of our daughters in every town and city. Not just the fact that the Islamic gangs done it, the fact that they knew about it.
They covered it up.
The police forces knew about it. They all let it happen. And they say it out loud. They let a generation of our daughters be kidnapped and raped, and they did not care. We are seen by them as cattle. Yeah? And they do not fear us. And when we fear them, that's tyranny. When they fear us, that's democracy. Yeah? And we need to, I said, we've sat back. We need to get organised. We need to unite this nation. All we're hearing about is the Muslim vote, the Muslim vote. Well, the Muslims make up 7% of the UK. Yeah, we are a majority. We have had enough of mass immigration. No one's asked us, did we want 1 million people imported last year? No one asked us if we want to continually go into war. No one asked us. That's not democracy. No one's asking us the key decisions. Yeah, the key decisions that are affecting us all.
So the easy way to counter that is to call him a racist. So there you have Tommy Robinson, obviously a racist, because he's talking out and speaking out against brown men. Oh, and brown men, not just regular brown men, Muslim men. You must fear. He's not fearing, therefore, he's in prison right now. He's oppressive and he's a racist, except that, well, Islam isn't a race. Hey, what about that great Keir Starmer? Here's what he thinks about you, UK.
We've seen a devastating rise in Islamophobia, leaving people feeling fearful and unsafe in their own country. I've heard firsthand of women wearing hijab who are too scared to travel by public transport, of Muslim families being abused as they leave the mosque. The surge in Islamophobia is simply appalling. Muslim women and girls disproportionately targeted, mosques forced to ramp up security, and British Muslims questioned as if they are terrorists. I do not want Britain to be a place where Britain...
Questioned by, I don't know, the police? Do you believe that to be correct? Seeing what you just saw, knowing what you know. This is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the tip of the iceberg. 130 people watching live right now. Thank you ever so much. And it's your fault, UK, you evil white bastards and bastardettes.
British Muslims are not able to be their whole selves, where they feel they must hide or tone down who they are for fear of being attached to views that are not their own, where they're asked to apologize for the actions of people who do not act in their name. Our Britain is one where the enormous contributions of British Muslims are recognized and celebrated, their stories heard, their lives free from discrimination. As leader of the Labour Party, I am indebted to the contributions of Muslim members, activists and politicians who make our party what it is today. I'd like to thank Muslim organisations and mosques who work tirelessly to raise awareness and shine a light on the scale of Islamophobia.
And the rest of you in the UK, the rest of you can all go to hell. With luck, Keir Starmer's days are numbered. Now, you're going to hear this. This is a female Islamist scholar. And this is from Memory TV. And she's going to be speaking, I think, I'm not sure of the language, but it's not one with which I am facile, but you can see that it's captioned down below. So she says, Allah allows Muslim men to rape non-Muslim women to humiliate them. If we fight infidels, we can take their women as sex slaves and rape them. This wouldn't have anything to do with grooming gangs in the UK, would it? As for that matter, any number of EU nations, to include Germany. Hit it.
لكن لما الإسلام جه بقى نظمه.
Read the captions.
نظمه بإيه؟ إن لا يكون إلا عن طريق الحرب المشروعة بين المسلمين وبين أعدائهم. يعني لو إحنا حاربنا إسرائيل وإسرائيل دي مغتصبة للأرض بل ومعتدية على البشر وعلى العقيدة، وطبعا احنا بنتكلم المستحيل، يعني مستحيل ان احنا هيجي اليوم اللي نحارب فيه إسرائيل، ولو ان سورة الإسراء مبشرة بكده يعني، وليس مستحيلا على الله سبحانه وتعالى. فأصل الحرب من النساء هم ملك اليمين، بمعنى ان عشان اذلهم بيصبحوا ملكا للقائد او للجيش او للمسلم.
There's a word for that, chattel.
يستمتع بيهم كما يستمتع بزوجاته. بعض بقى المتنطعين والمتشددين واللي بيسيئوا للإسلام يقول لك انا اجيب واحده من شرق اسيا تكون ملك يمين وبموافقه زوجتي اخصص لها غرفه واستمتع بيها كملك يمين. هذا هراء وهذا ادعاء يعني لا يقول به الاسلام اطلاقا، لان الاسلام بيقول اما على الزوجه واما ملك اليمين. فاحنا هنا ملك اليمين المشروع هو نتيجه اسرى الحرب ضد. لكن لما
Slaves. No problem. Come on, BZ. There aren't slaves anymore. How outdated are you? Absolutely ridiculous. Let's go to Keir Starmer again. Let me put this back up on the stage. I'm afraid Keir Starmer took his positions for votes. Let's listen.
And when politicians, and I mean politicians, who sat in government for many years, are casual about honesty, decency, truth, and the rule of law, calling for inquiries because they want to jump on a bandwagon of the far right, then that affects politics, because a robust debate can only be based on the true facts. And when politicians...
Whose facts? Well, that's a really good question. Only his facts. All the other facts aren't, well, they're not facts, really. Let's put this up. The show is about to end. Elon Musk, say what you will about him. 145 people watching live. Thank you again for being here tonight. For anybody doubting the severity and depravity of the mass gang rapes of little girls in Britain, go to the source material and read the court transcripts I did. Here's a court transcript. You, Mohammed Karar, prepared her for gang anal rape by using a pump to expand her anal passage. You subjected her to a gang rape by 5 or 6 men, count 30. At one point, she had 4 such men inside her. A red ball was placed in her mouth to keep her quiet. That's called a gag ball, by the way. Not only were you both involved in the commercial and sexual exploitation of GH, You also used her for your own self-gratification. You both raped her when she was under 13, when she was very young. Although it is not clear whether she was under 13, you both raped her at the same time, oral and vaginal and anal. It happened on more than one occasion. There's another down below. I'm running out of time. Are you starting to grok the concepts that things are changing and things need to change? And it's because of things like this that people are getting disgusted with. People who are in their own countries, who don't want to be subsumed by people who are not interested in assimilating in the culture and bring in mores and ways that are incongruent with Western civilization. No matter what color you are, no matter what religion you are, you came to another country. What, just to fuck it over? Because you could? Here's another story. This is from the Daily Mail. Not just dishonest, but deeply hypocritical, Guy Adams investigates how after Sir Keir Starmer went to 21 meetings of the Sentencing Council, it decided not all child sex offenders should go to prison. Yeah, I read that right. So Keir Starmer, now their prime minister, went to the Sentencing Council. They discussed a bunch of issues, from media coverage of a recent consultation on drug sentencing, in which members had been attacked for their alleged liberal bias, to proper tariffs for burglary, assault, and antisocial behavior. But it was the seventh item on the agenda that, for Starmer at least, would eventually prove the most controversial. Sir Keir and his fellow members were presented with initial findings of a review into current sentencing practices for sexual offenses. During that period, Sir Keir attended 21 of 23 meetings at which the Sentencing Council formulated new guidelines related to 50 different sex offenses. The crimes that were looked at during this review ranged from rape and sexual assault to prostitution, grooming, sex trafficking, voyeurism, exposure, and child pornography. Eventually, the council decided that 20 of these crimes could, in certain circumstances, be punished via community orders. People are getting tired of this. People are getting very tired of this. And that's why I say that people like that are getting kicked out is a good thing. Let's go back to the U.S., though. We already know this. We intuit this. MSN, suspected terrorists illegally entering U.S. up to over 20 is up 2,500% under Biden from the Trump era. Here's another one. Nearly 100 FBI terror watch list suspects nabbed at the southern border. I think I've got one more. I talked about this on Sean's show. I have 149 people live in the show right now. Get me to 150. One more person. You can do it. One more person. Get me to 150. America in danger. Hamas and Hezbollah sleeper cells are here. Yeah, along with what I believe are Chinese sleeper cells. Something very bad is coming. You cannot convince me otherwise, which is why I say, even though we have Donald John Trump installed, will be installed January 20th, you can be guaranteed that he will be posed at every turn, at every angle. Yeah, I can laugh about that. January 6th was a bad day for her. Yeah, I can kind of chuckle about that. That was a bad day for her too, and kind of a good day for Johnson. And yeah, Trump is still going to be hanging around for a while. And I can laugh about that. Well, I can. But remember, January 20th, they've already said the fight is coming. January 20th, the fight in D.C. is coming. I let you see all of that. It's coming. So, though we may all is not lost. If there's one thing that I want to emphasize, never is all lost. It just isn't. By the way, I broke 150, 151. Thank you, folks. All is not lost. Things are starting to turn. The worm turns. Government thinks you are the worm, and you're fighting back. But the issues that have been allowed to fester and develop for the past 4 years, we're seeing the results of right now. Weakness engenders action from bad actors, from all of America's enemies, when you don't quantify them as enemies. We're going to have problems with Mexico. We're going to have problems with the Middle East. We're going to have problems with China, with Russia, with North Korea, all of our enemies. Those things are not going to change. So, one thing that I want to let everybody know, and again, thanks for being here, is that I will not be here Thursday night. I will be squiring Mrs. BZ for her 39th birthday, and we're going to go out and do some celebrations. We're actually going to let the dogs drink champagne. They've asked us and asked us and asked us, when do we get to have the champagne? We saw you at New Year's. We want to celebrate with Mrs. BZ too. So this is it for this week. I'll be back next Tuesday. I'll be negotiating with another person with regard to the J6 prisoners and what may, we hope, happen on January 20th. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, thank you ever so kindly for listening to the Bloviating Zeppelins Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show, live and direct right here on the SHR Media Network and a host of other places. I, as per normal, want to tell you that promotional consideration is by the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, also by Shure and Electro Voice microphones. They are my favorite. Electro Voice RE20 right here, as a matter of fact. And also, promotional consideration, I thank the at Arrakis for my board. They're not paying me for it, and I'm not paying them. I just like it, so I mentioned it. And then you got to remember that I make half this shit up anyway. And also, Pratt & Whitney engines. Great promotional consideration from them. They've given me at least 2 or 3 jet engines a year, a J58, former SR-71 engine. Pratt & Whitney, dependable engines creating thrust you can trust. And if you think they gave me jet engines, then I have a KC-135 Kettle One refueling team just for you that I will be consorting in less than about maybe 10 minutes. Everybody, everywhere. Thank you for listening tonight. God bless. Take care. Be safe. You.
Good night, Mama. Good night, Ben. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Mama. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, children. Good night, Daddy. Good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Jim Bob.
What's going on? I was asleep. What's everybody doing?
Good night,
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night and good luck.